Good afternoon, lovely people. I decided instead of starting Triangle 10, which is the obvious thing to do today, that I would show you what I started on yesterday. Now, I will preface this with this is the first time I have tried this style of lace. I have a video that I have been following. There are mistakes in the very expensive video that I am following. Now, we all make mistakes, can't excuse, not going to pretend that that's not a thing. But it is somewhat off-putting when, let's say, as you'll soon see, you need to do 3 twists. At each time you do this, put 3 twists on it. Okay, says Brain, note 3 twists. And then you watch her constantly do 2 or 3. And you're kind of going, I thought you needed 3. Miss, is that supposed to be 2 or 3? And there are occasions you do 2. She doesn't really explain why there are 2. And my brain is struggling a little with that. I also think that I have not entirely understood the edging, so my edging looks shit. That's the word for it. It's not this beautiful, tidy, straight line that I was hoping it would be. But I'm kind of having fun, so... don't get me wrong, mild swearing still occurs, but I am kind of having fun doing something a little bit different. Now, I did voice the opinion that if I tried something different, and I did too much of it, that, coming back to Triangle, I'd be tempted to do wrong things. But I need to talk to you a little about something that happened on Facebook. So, I am not a lace person. We established this. If you go back to why I'm making a net curtain, is because there are only really one thing I could think of that I would ever use, because I have a Kindle, is a net curtain. Now, other people I know, however, are avid readers and like books. So bookmarks are second choice, because, you can give them to people. They are things. They are valid things. Now, as an experiment, a strip of insert something here is perfectly valid. But it's nicer to have a thing at the end of it. It's a bit like when you were really little and they taught you to write and you do like rows upon rows of the same letter or one word or, it doesn't bring you joy because while it is a helpful thing to do, it's not a fulfilling thing to do. Even as a kid, you didn't enjoy it. It was a chore. Whereas maybe copying a beautiful short sentence has a little bit more gravitas. So I'm after bookmarks. I'm after bookmarks or small, because I can give them to people. I might concede to a coaster, but people I know don't use coasters, so as a whole, there is a bit of you that kind of goes, kind of want bookmarks. I want a usable thing. So I posted on Facebook asking if anyone knew of, preferably free, because it's a toe in the water, bookmark in a particular style. And I got back, no, not really, kind of as I expected, because I had Googled after all. And, a lady kind of went, well, surely the beginner books have got a load. And she went and looked, she went, you're right, they don't, really. I wonder why. And then a lady posted, well, there are lots of books. Yeah, I know there are lots of books. That's really nice, but it's kind of not answering the question. And then she went suddenly on, she kind of went, well, you should do strips. And I don't want to do a strip. I want to make something, even if it looks a bit like cat bath, that's potentially usable should I succeed. And she then kind of went on about how I'm fixated with the style of lace, which is torchon, which I'm making my neck curtain in. It's like, the only reference I'd made in this post was to her, because she had gone on about you can use a strip and convert it, and yeah, I know, but I don't know this well enough yet to feel confident that I want a basic recipe that I can sit and follow and then adjust later, right? Next time round, kind of deal. Anyway, she banged on about how I was fixated with this other style lace, and it's like, no. And then she then kind of went, well, this isn't that. Yeah, I know that. So it's got a different name. It's an everything. And she kept it was almost like she didn't want me to learn it. And I don't know, rightly or wrongly, that's all I can see in my mind, is that the comments she said really strike me as she did not want me to try and learn this. And I don't know why. Is it because it is completely different and she thinks I'll get them confused? You haven't met me, love. I know so many computer languages, you have no idea. I can compartmentalise. And she banged on about how it's not this. I know that. Oh, well, you seem fixated with it. No, you're the one that brought it. You're the one that's making out that I'm fixated. Bookmarks, totally agree. I am fixated with bookmarks because they're usable. It's a bit like as a when you learn to play a musical instrument, they get you doing scales. But no one ever stands on the front stage of some auditorium to play to the audience a scale. It's just not a thing. Now, it is part of your exams, because obviously they want you to prove that you can fluidly move through the stuff. But you can do that by playing a piece of music. But playing a piece of music, of course, is a lot more fun. And for your audience as well as for yourself. So it's not that I'm against doing that. But when I ask, if someone comes up and says to you, hey mister, where does the 93 bus run? Don't tell him he can get a taxi. He's asked you for the bus, right? Stop making out that people... Oh, well, I agree. Think that, well, I felt I learnt better than some other people did because I did this. That's a valid statement. I wouldn't advise that as a learning path. Okay, but you don't know me, so I'll take that with a pinch of salt. But don't kind of accuse people that... she never said it was beyond me. She never said that I shouldn't. But she kept banging on like I didn't know what I was trying to do. I do. I want to learn a different style because, much like language, whatever happened to humanity in the past, whether you believe in science, religion, some combination of the two, aliens invading, whatever, right? It was likely at one point, if humanity stemmed in an area, so whether the aliens dropped us, God plonked us on the earth, or we evolved from apes or whatever, right? That we spoke at that point, even if it was only Og, right? A single language. And as we have proliferated the world, we have grown different languages. I mean, look at English and American. English people sail off to America, colonise it. We are now two countries divided by a common language. We spell things different, we pronounce things different. You call trousers pants, we call... And you have shorts for what we think of as pants, and then and shorts for shorts, and it's a common language that gets confusing, and that's fairly recent in humanity. So all of the languages potentially at one point were common. So they changed, they evolved, and I'm after a little understanding of variation, because, well, if I'm going to design neck curtain number 2, I want to have choices. I don't want to be stuck with one particular style, one particular way of thinking, because it is a craft, not, a way of living. It's not like I'm trying to learn Latin and force all my co-workers to speak it, right? It is something that I'm making. So it's like cooking techniques. Just because you live in England doesn't mean you can't make French cuisine. Well, you may have less access to some ingredients, but it doesn't stop you understanding their way of doing it, because we are allowed to mix and match. Now, obviously, to an extent, there are limitations with that. And if I describe the difference between Buck's Point, which is what I'm making this bookmark out of, and torchon, one of the key differences is the angle in the grid. So it's a little like metric and imperial, in that it's a similar idea. You take bobbins, you twist them around, you make a thing. But torchon is on a 45 degree but 90, a square grid. Buck's Point is not. The angles are 60 degrees. Sometimes 54 apparently, but the problem is that an awful lot of books that cover this, and I have some books that cover this, even the torchon ones, to be honest, do not explain gauge. A little like knitting. But you get a ball of wool and it says, the suggested knitting needles are size whatever. And if you knit tighter, chances are you might need to go up a needle size. If you're a loose one, you need to maybe go down a size. But it also depends on what you're doing with it. After all, if you use kind of almost like the thread I use for lace making to knit with, you're going to need the world's daintiest knitting needles, but not if you're making lace, because lace knitting is generally done on a incredibly baggier scale, but not always. And so some of it is down to what the designer envisaged, and the same can be true for everything else. The only limits are the limits we put on it. The truth of the matter is if you put pins pins down and twist bits of thread around it and leave holes, you are making lace. You could inadvertently reinvent some other style that you didn't even know existed, because, well, it's the world over, and some are more popular than others, but you can bet your butt that some faraway little lot who do it their way do something different to how this lot do theirs. It's a slight variant, and you happen to choose that. You may never find out, but it is... crafting should not be... While crafting is about rules and what works and what doesn't... I've just realised you haven't got any music. Hang on, let me turn your music back on. There we go. I find that the whole truth of this is that crafting is about being creative. And part of being creative is looking at the rules and potentially deciding, I want to break that one. For this project, I'm gonna break this, or I'm gonna borrow that idea. Now, it may just be a case of borrowing an idea and doing it in a different way. I mean, for example, in crochet there is the Tunisian knit stitch, and from the front it looks like knitting. Now, it chews through yarn like nobody else in the history of chewing through yarn, because in essence you make a bit and then you join almost like, it almost makes like a corrugated cardboard with, the kind where you had like a flat sheet, a ziggy-zaggy bit and a flat sheet. The Tunisian knit stitch is like the flat bit at the front and the ziggy-zaggy bit in the middle. It doesn't have a back bit, right? Because you poke through to pull up and it concertinas the bit that's behind it. as a result of which it is very, very thick, incredibly prone to curling, but it looks like knitting on the front, but it is ridiculously thick and very warm because it traps air in it. But you wouldn't necessarily make, clothing out of it. Well, you could. There's no reason why you couldn't. But it would be really thick, which isn't always a problem. But you need to think about that when you design what you're going to make. So I'm feeling really frustrated because here's me trying to dip my toe in a different arena to understand their rules and regulations on how their style of lace works. And while there are a number of beginner books, you know how it can be where sometimes you sit down and you read a book or you watch a video and it says, we're going to learn this, and you sit down and you go, wow, I totally get it. And then there are other videos or books and you read it and you go, well, how did you decide that? Why is that there? You've got more questions than you ever knew you were going to have. And whether I have the wrong books, the wrong videos, although, as I say, these are highly recommended videos and expensive, they don't cover questions I have, which is mainly about the gauge of it. Having watched a couple of other videos, there are some contradictions. Now, to be honest, like I've said before, even about my torchon stuff, 99% of lace making is consistency. You can do this, you can do that, and you can do a whole pile of things. As long as you do it consistently, you will have something that looks okay at the end of it. If you are not consistent, so for example, if you think of my rose ground squares, if halfway through a square I change how I'm doing it, it's going to look a bit pants because it will look different. You can do different things in each of the three areas of rose ground, so you could have one type at the top, a different one in the middle, different one at the bottom. You'd have to reverse it as you go around the next side, so to make almost like the other half of the block, so that it makes some sense. But you could do that. Absolutely you could do that. And it wouldn't look wrong, unless it was one square out of 18, in which case it would look silly, right? But there is nothing, consistency is majoritively the key of lace making. So some people put one twist here, some people put two, some people put three. Whatever you do, doesn't matter. If that's how you like it to look, great on you, and you stick to it, your piece will look good, because it will be consistent. So my edges are in this piece are not consistent. I am warning you muchly in advance because they look pretty terrible, frankly. I am struggling because I had to take the pricking from another piece of paper, prick it onto my piece of paper, because I didn't want to wreck the first piece of paper. Should have laminated the first piece of paper, really, but then I can't put it back where it came from. And so I pricked through the first piece of paper onto my piece of paper, drew on some markings so that I knew where some things were. And, well, remember my craft paper that shows up well on camera? It is not of sturdy stuff. And while the pinholes are fairly obvious further down when they're nearer you, nearer the work, they do try and hide. And you will soon see it's a lot of pins in not a lot of space. Warning, the pins are the recommended pin size. So I've used not the fat pins, but the medium pins, which are 50. In fact, they recommend 55, so mine should be bigger. I have used the thread that they suggested, although I really think it was supposed to be thinner than this. But peering through the pins, or trying to, doesn't look too bad. We shall see when we get to the end. And to be honest, that applies to a lot of it. And I think an awful lot of the mistakes will only be apparent once you get to the end, because as we know, even from my torsion net curtain, that you kind of need to pull the pins out to see what the hell is going on. And looking at this is most certainly going to be the same. There are some significant differences in terms of how you work it, but the truth of the matter is, cross and twist, you just have to now do different things in different places. But, well, that just makes it, like knitting, a different stitch. You could argue that realistically is the difference, is that it is not a different style, it is, but because it goes together with different things. Now, Buck's point is generally, seems to be used more for edging. There are more edging patterns than you can shake sticks at. There truly, truly are. And, well, finding bookmarks was really, really hard. But as it turned out, I did have one and a video to go with it, so I can watch this lady do it. But as you will soon see, let me explain this to you. Now, okay, she's an older lady, so maybe she's not got man hands, right? Maybe she's got really childlike, dainty hands. But she's also using Midlands bobbins, so I have a scale point, okay? On her one, which she's doing for camera, she's absolutely, but never mentions it, doing a very enlarged version. Because in the video, her bookmark's like the width of her hand. As you will soon see, this bookmark's barely 2 fingers. Yep, less than 2 fingers worth, she said, quickly looking. So this is tiny in comparison. So whereas she can see what the hell she's doing, because she's kind of got like almost ½ centimetre gaps between her pins, I do not. And as a result of not, this is adding to my problems. Now that's fine. As I said, I do not expect this bookmark to come out like something you could give, you know, that you would give to your best mate as a Christmas present and they would think you bought it. Not expecting that, but I would like to hope for a serviceable bookmark. So let's get down to business. So, I'm on a different pillow. Congratulations. It's brown. I like brown. Brown is me colour. Look. I almost am colour coordinated with my pillow. Now, I have done a bit. As you can see, I've done this bit here, which, as you can tell, is not a lot. I mean, look at the size of my finger. I mean, seriously, look at that. My finger, 2 fingers, and I've covered the whole thing, right? This is tiny. As you can see, well, you can just about see, if I move this around a bit, and then this round a bit, and this, there are, can't really, hang on, let me do a bit of, chunk it down a bit. You can see, vaguely at the bottom here, that there are a lot of bobbins. Well, it's not a ridiculous amount of bobbins, but there are around half the number of bobbins that I'm using on my torsion squares. And my squares are 5.25 inches wide. Now, admittedly, you only make half the size of that, so they're 2 1/4. This, barely 3 centimetres. So let's not pretend that, this is not significantly smaller. The threads are smaller. You almost can't see the pattern for looking. But if you look here, you can see roughly what the pattern's going to be like. There are little tiny kind of circles on this side and big kind of bits in the middle. It is relatively, for want of a better term, simple. Relatively. I have an annoying dog. Come on. freaking couch. Right. And there are some fat threads here called gimp threads. And there's another 2 either side. So the fat 2 in the middle make the bits in the middle. The 2 at the sides make the bits at the side. The other bobbins kind of waft in and out a little bit to fill the bits. And it is not an unpleasant thing. My beautiful new bobbin holders are a thing of joy. I'm really liking those. So I now need to do the ground stitch for this side. Now I need to look and see, because I have a feeling that you two need to go in, and we need to do the little circle on the right hand side. So we pull these round, slide them out. I'm going to slide these on here just because I can sling them a bit further out the way then. You over there a little bit, which gives me a bit more room to work, because you two... These 2 are supposed to be the passive 2 that go down the outside edge and make a beautiful straight line. As you can see, mine are somewhat not. There's one side of my gimp print, here's the other. That's because the bits of the circle are made of 4 pairs, and I've got 2 of them. So I need to add these 2, because these 2 are coming in from this side. So I do the thing, and then you twist them twice, 1, 2, and then you snag them up, because for some reason this is not a particularly slidey thread, so you do that to help. Right. Then we can do the easy bit, which... not you. I've done... Because this is the same colour, occasionally I get it, my brain gets it confused. So, 4 pairs, you can just see them here at the bottom. It's a bit like a rose ground in the sense that you do a half stitch, but you now have 2 twists. Go with it. I forgot to unpack my pins. Grab a chunky pin. And it goes in a hole right up here. And, like my torchon ones, you cover the pin. This is called honeycomb stitch. But it's not like the torchon honeycomb stitch. But it kind of, well, the middle one is. That's right, I just need to check I've got the right number of things. The middle one is, this one's a bit more like the honeycomb stitch, but it's still kind of not. So, then we do the left one. So it's a bit like making my rose ground, actually. So you do the 4 corners of the universe, and you try and find the little hole, which is, as I said, a lot harder than it sounds, and you snug a few things up, because, and then you cover your pin, and do the thing, just to snug that up, and then you do this side, twisty, snug it up a bit, because you lot aren't being nice, so you give that a bit of a snug, and you put this in there, and you do the other one, 1, 2, and then you do the bottom one. So just like the rose ground, you do, except with the rose ground it's a little bit, well, rose ground is a bit different, but it kind of, it's a similar idea. It's somebody, as I said, it's a variant on the same sort of thing. You're a blunt pin, aren't you? Don't like you. You don't want to go in. It's either that or there's something lumpy in my pillow. Let me try a different pin. I have found one blunt pin. No, you went in, so that's fine. Right, and done that. So, that's the inside of this done. You then come to the middle. And we snug it up a bit. And we do 3 twists. 1, 2, 3. Huzzah. You two get to go over there. These ones, left one, get a couple, and this pair go through here. 1, 2, and snug it up and make picos. Now, as I would, 4, 5. As previously mentioned, I don't like picos. I think they look silly. But because I don't know it well enough, one is following the prescribed. See, I really struggle with these holes because they're just shit. And you need to come around here. There we go. And of course there are ads. 1, 2. And then you come back. 1. 2. And we snap that up. Then we twist you twice and we do the thing. And here we do a kind of like the inside stitch on the honeycomb stitch on the outside. Don't entirely know why we do a honeycomb stitch because they just say you do, so you do, right? So you cover this one and you get to go like this. And I think, see, this is where I start getting a bit confused because I think this one has to go out and do a picot again. So hang on. This is where I know my edges suffer because I am finding it hard to, because in the video she kind of then skips this section, of course. 1, 2. And I didn't do a picot, did I? No, I didn't. Let's undo this then. I just put a pin in because I'm so used to putting pins in. Right. So I now need to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Magic twist. And you go in that hole. And you go around it. It's really hard not to have it mate with 66 other pins because there's a high pin density. And then twisty twisty and then back through the thing. 1, 2. Now I've got a feeling I was making a mistake before because originally at one point she shows using this pair to go out and come in. I think that was a mistake, and as a result I think that's why this side earlier looks really wonky. So the problem is now though is that having already done that pin, these two, actually no, that's fine, no, this is right, this can now go back through here, twisty twisty, pulley pulley, pulley pulley. These are now ready for the next one. You're getting too long and baggy. Come on, out there. There you go. And you're a bit long and baggy. Right. You are now ready for the next one. So, these ones, and some of their friends from here, now have to fill up this side. And you look much like most lace making for the topmost available thing. And that's 2 of you, 2 of you, 2 of you, 2 of you. And that makes you two. So, In torchon ground, we do half stitch, pin, half stitch, move, half stitch, pin, half stitch, move. In Buck's Point, you do half stitch and 2 twists, and that's it. You poke the pin in it and you set off and do the next one, which is slightly liberating in a way, but it also means the ground stitch has a little bit more movement. It's not quite so penned in, shall we call it. And this one, she says, just check in where everybody is. This one goes in between some of them, and as you can see, they don't snug up that well sometimes, which is why I give them a bit of help. You have to find a friend to pull on the other end, and this goes in this tiny little hole in there that was hiding. And now you two are ready to go in the middle bit. We then go back and we look back to our world, and we discover these two need to make the little hole here. So for some reason, depending on which side, and again, I'm not against it, but it's not overly well explained why sometimes you do this and sometimes you do that. And one video shows this and one video shows that. So some videos are showing catch pins, i.e. pins that you put in just so that it doesn't tug too far in one direction. Usually, so for example, on the right hand side where you're trying to make a straight edge, this last pin here along the side, you put it, but instead of putting it between the pins, you put it to the side of the pins so that it holds it there, whether it likes it or not. And you know, that's a thing. That's fine. Them's the rules. But I've seen different people do different ways. Now, some of it, like I said earlier, maybe that's how they designed it. But it does mean that if you pull a random pattern, if they do not include any markings, how would you know? How would you know that that's what they're expecting of you? And I think those are the kind of questions that I find myself left with. Because, for example, I've seen a number of videos where it says things like, when you always cross this direction here, or you always twist these like this, right? So like the gimps, they always say cross them, so I use cross, which is left over right. But some of them twist. That's fine. Some say when, I feel a bit like Top Gear, but some say when you're moving through a gimp, you under over this way. Some say you do over under, and you're like, again, it boils back to consistency. Now, with the over under thing, the one thing to bear in mind is what happened to your bobbins last. Now, all of these bobbins, for example, have lots of twists on them. This, she says, check in. This is the topmost thread. So if I go over this, which is the done thing, and then through, there are no additional twists. If I put this way, it's now the other side of a twist point. So it is minor often, but again, consistency is key, right? So we can now add 2 of them. There needs to be a third. So you 2 are spoken for, you 3 are not. Now let's have a look. You are done. You need, now this can be difficult. This edge piece needs to happen. It's funny because the other one seemed different. No, it didn't. Okay, so we've done all we can for the edge pieces, and I haven't got enough bobbins to do the middle. So I now need to do another edge bit. And to do another edge bit, I need to push you to one side again, and I'm going to put you back in your thing so you're out the way and I ignore you. And I need you to these little things work really well on here because this is softer. This is a much softer foam, whereas the other ones are really hard foam. So you can kind of dent into it and slide. So slide you out. Right. See, you've snuck back down. So you are done for at the moment. And I need to add you two and snug you up. 1, 2. Let's tweak 1, 2. Then we do the full thing again. So we grab 2, 2, 2. Sod off. That's right. So we do the middle thing again. Tweak. Find the hole, and because I haven't laminated it, the holes do rip, which doesn't help either. So if you put the pin in the wrong place, it'll totally take that. To be honest, I'm really keen to get, not to get to the bottom, I'm really keen to see how it looks. Because as you can tell from this, it's really hard to see at the moment what it actually looks like. And I could be making such pig's ear of this, and it's really hard to tell, because there's just so much pin. I mean, even if let's zoom you in, so hang on, yeah, we need to get up a lot. Didn't even know if it would go up far enough. It might. Just. Right. That is as close in as I can get. And look what you can see. A monstrous pile of pins. It could look like anything. There could be anything in there. I could take the pins out and it'll all fall apart. I mean, I'd like to hope not, but you literally cannot see. So from this point of view, it does make it a bit more of a struggle. Because I can't see any better than you can, and I'm here. I mean, if I turn it around, by the way, this pillow's kind of like D-shaped, so this is the back of the D, and then it's got a big fat roundy bit here. It's 70 centimetres wide. I love this pillow, because look at the size of lace. This would be great for making panels for things, like neck curtains. So I love this. This was exactly what I wanted, and it's in pristine nick. It's very much secondhand. It's quite old, but I love this. I also love the kind of velvety fabric on it as well, because it's nice to feel. It's got a real. I just love it. I'm not overly tactile usually, but I love it. So we now need to bring you in and tweet. I didn't cover the bottom pin. Out for a sec. I didn't finish you. Donk, donk. Now I did. Now you go. That was close. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Because that's the done thing. And you come in and you go under that one and under that one and under that, and you go 1, 2, 1, 2. So you go out to the edge. You get made longer because you're being a bit short. And we snug you up because, well, as you can see, it is a thing. Snug, snug. Snoo, snoo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we get our magic thing. And we twiddle it and we put it in. See, I want to put it in that hole, but maybe not. See, there's that one there, so let's put it around that one there. This is the bit I struggle with, I think, the most, is the edge pins. The edge is the... I'm just struggling because of the correlation between the edge and the middle. Because there's something going on right at the edge, not close to the edge, right at the edge, it kind of confuses my brain cells, I think. 1, 2. You now come in, snug you up. You then get 2 twists and do the thing. Nearly forgot a twist. Then you go in that hole there. So you're ready to go in, and you tug on you a little bit. And then you get to go out again. Well, it's not you go out again because you went out first time, but you get to go out and you're short. It gets longer. And we snug you up. Because it doesn't feel like there's a 2-to-1 ratio on the edges. But there kind of has to be, but there doesn't seem to be. And I think this is what's offending my brain cells most. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And my brain's finding it hard to be sure whether it's using the right bits or not. Or the right hole or not. And then, of course, it feels concerned because, you see, I would have thought, you see, that one does come down, so maybe that is the thing. The hardest part is wrapping around to make the pico, although I think I fudged the last one, actually. 1, 2. It'll be one of many fudges. And then we go back through these 4. 1, 2. You snug up. And 2 on you. You're now ready to go in through the thing. So over. You get pulled up like this just to help. And then 1, 2. You are ready once again for the next one. It doesn't help because there's 3 bits in here and 3 bobbins in the middle and 2 on the edge, so they aren't always in sync, which is why sometimes you need 2 and sometimes you need to do 1 because, well, you still have to do 3, I suppose. Mind you, that'll be a bit easier to remember, but there we go. So, you are now out the way, because we've done with you for a minute. Oh, stop being so excitable! There are days I really regret having dogs. Oh, it's the Amazon man. Hang on, I'll need to go and answer the door because Probably knock on it. Back again. It was very, very quick. Right. Oh, I remember what this is. Oh, for fuck's sake, dog. Get on. He wants back in his spot on the couch. Come on. Oh. For Christ's sake. There you go. Go on. And then the first thing he does is walk around to the side that was completely open in the first place. So, I ordered magnetic pin dishes. Now, I ordered 2. You're in the way, my friend. I ordered 2 because, well, one has a mini home for pins. Get your face out of it. Has like a little drawer, which is evil to open, but has like a little drawer for pins. Not that that holds many pins, of course. And in our world, we need a lot of pins. And that drawer doesn't slide very well. But there's a magnetic, rather overly shiny, look. But it's got an easy grab thing in the middle, which I quite liked the idea of. And then there's this one. This is just a bowl, but it's magnetic. And this one had a lot of potential for the amount of pins that we use. Because, well, it's a bowl, look. And I chose the blue one. Oh, I can feel it's magnetic. But look, it's a pretty little blue bowl. But it is magnetic, so that the pins are prone to staying there. The only downside of this one is that, let me tip my pins in it, right? Here we go. The pins do beautifully, ooh, they kind of, ooh, you could like sculpt them, look. You can kind of, they kind of hold shape. But I thought this might be useful. It came with a number of bobble-headed pins. They can be quite useful too in lace making, so that, you know, for the price of getting a few of those, that was always a thing. But now I have a magnetic pin dish, so I shouldn't ping them all over the room. And one of the other things that it does say about... Hi Browntown, thank you for coming. I've had a bit of a sad few days, Browntown, so I really do appreciate a friendly face. I really, really do right now. But one of the things they do say about this one is that you can use it to go around and pick up your bins, like I was doing with the magnets that I had. So we shall see. The bowl of pins is harder to pick things out of. It's a bit like my pot, but we shall see. So I was releasing these, wasn't I? I probably have to do them on the other side though, don't I? Let's just put these into... Just sit still, will you, dog? Because, of course, now he's going to get off the couch, isn't he? Irritating ball of fur. Right. Let's put you there. So, you 3 are ready to go in the middle. You look like... Do you go in the middle first? No. You needed to shag with this one, and this one needs to shag with this one. It's alright. This one needs a pin. Do not jog me, dog. This is hard enough without you jogging me. I could have sworn. Maybe it's not you. Hang on. 1, 2, 3. Undo. I could have sworn that you and you... Yeah, you do. It's just a really small hole in the dark. It's that hole there. Right. And then you... So yeah, Brantel, I've had a few days of really bad days. I don't work for my employer anymore. Well, I do, but not as my employer. Someone else now employs me. And there's been confusion. That's the best word for it. There's been... Oh. Well, you go in there. That's one. Hang on. You're the fat one. Go away. You go for the top. You go for the middle. You now go for the third one. Right, so you're now ready for the next bit. So you are irrelevant. You now need to go through here. Over. And you get snugged up like this. These then get 2. Because they do. And we snug it up a bit more, just to try and kind of encourage it. And then, we need to go and do this side. So we'll put you back on this. You leapt out of the way, bad bobbin. Not so good at doing this with my left hand, let's truly be honest. So let's not undo it with the right hand. Pop you over the end like that. This, and then we come to possibly doing this one. Where are we at? If we do, we need a couple of U's, so let's take you out of there for a minute. And yes, you are ready for this. Right. You two there. You two and you. Snuggety. Snuggety. Right. You now come over, under, through there like that. Oh, don't mate with the bins. Snug there. You get 2. Possibly the hole. Somewhere. There it is. Hole. Snuggety, snuggety. Chunk, chunk. Snug. Chunk, chunk. You'll notice I've got different bobbins yet again. Hello, it's me, Bobbin Klepto here. You go in there. And we cover you. Chunk, chunk, snag. Then we do you. Chunk, chunk. Put you. So yes, today is... So I decided that we would not start triangle. Chunk, chunk. We'd do this instead. Chunk, chunk. Because we can. I mean, it would... No, it's not pinned to a couch, but it is pinned to a very different lace cushion. It does look like a couch, I will agree. This is a roller pillow, so this rolls, and there's a mechanism, if I shun it to the side, there's a little metal claspy bit here that goes into a wooden kind of coggy bit, and it stops it rolling this way, so I can put a lot of stress, but if I go the other way, it'll go click, right? It is kind of covered in a couchy type of velvety material, which is, I kind of like it. It's quite nice. It's a bit strokey. Now I'm confused as to where I was at. Hang on. Just done that one. Was that the bottom one? Yeah, it was the bottom one, so we need to finish that. Chunky. It's alright. This is a different style of lace making. Now, the pillow is not necessarily the most conducive part of what makes it a different style. In fact, traditionally, I think this is made flat. I chose to do it on this because, let's give you a bit of perspective as I was doing earlier. Right, as we know, my normal setup for my torsion little squares that I'm making, which are 5.25, well, about inches wide. We actually only make 2 1/8 because we only make half and we rotate around in quarters. That is 40 something pairs, right? But that gives us 2 and a bit inches. This is 23 pairs of bobbins, so over half. It's 3 centimetres. If I do that, I can cover my entire bookmark, right? This is not big, right? And given that there were plenty of bobbins, I decided on this because it is a D shape. I can't really zoom out and show you properly. It is a D shape, and it's got this big wide roller in the middle, so I can rotate it around so I can work on this bit, and without having to faff around with bobbins, you just click it around and lift it up a bit, right? As I've already done, because this was not this far, well, actually even you can't see that far back, hang on. This was not this far back when I started, right? It's sitting on a piece of wood because the roller pillow kind of touches what it's sitting on, so you can't have anything that's too grippy underneath it, otherwise you can't move it later. This is a style called Buck's Point, and Buck's Point is the same but different. It's a bit like English and American. It is similar, but it's not, but it is. So, in all of my ground stitches for torsion, I do cross, twist, pin, cross, twist, we move on. The pairs stay together. In this, the pairs do not stay together. And when it comes to the ground stitch, you do 1 cross and 3 twists, and put a pin in it, and then move on. So it is a bit of a brain fart. Plus, I'm working with gimps. I've not really worked with gimps before. Gimps are the fat ones, these ones. I know it's much harder to see on thing, but you can still see that these are fatter. Plus, there are things called picots. Now, picots are little bobbles where you put the pins on the edges. Now, I don't like picots. In fact, I'm really quite strongly against picots. I think they look stupid because, well, it looks like it melted and went round the pins. Why would you want to go, look, this is where all my pins were? Why would you do that? But, because this is my first venture into all of this, I am following the recipe, right? Well, I'm trying to. It's proving harder than it sounds, especially at the edges. It's not the picots that are a problem, it's when to picot that's a bit more of a problem. I thought I'd give it a go. I've run into a lady on Facebook. I explained this earlier in my video. I ran into a lady on Facebook who's been really quite mean. I posted, does anyone have a free Buck's Point? Or know some free Buck's Point bookmarks? Now, I do appreciate that Buck's Point is very clearly not normally used for bookmarks, but there are some. So it was just, I mean, it was preferably free. It's not that I'm against paying for it, but preferably free. Because this is not going to be my life. I'm not expecting to now never touch torchon again. I've still got my net curtain to finish after all. But I wanted to understand another style to get a bit more understanding of variation, so that, you know, in my head I can think of other things and maybe design, you know, nice net curtain number 2, and, you know, what I might do with that, because we all know how decisive I'm not, so it's going to take me like 5 years to work that out. So having more understanding of lace making and how some things vary, how some things are similar, can be a thing. Because maybe Buck's Point is the perfect answer to my net curtain. Right? Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. I won't know till I've tried, will I? Now, I am struggling a little bit with basically every single book goes on about follow this pricking, use this thread. Very few of them explain how to discover the ratio, how, you know, what kind of size grid you should use with what size thread for what kind of look, right? So again, hence just following the thing as it said, pin size and all, by the way, because it said used fat pins, so I'm using fatter pins. As I said, I really don't like picos. I probably screwed a few up. This left-hand edging, Jesus Christ, it looks like I was drunk. But I think I've worked out what was wrong with it, which is more to the point. I think the problem is I paid for an expensive set of videos. I mentioned them before. I bought a load of videos from America because they're not available here in the UK. And in one of them is Introduction to Buck's Point. And she doesn't really introduce it very well. She basically just kind of goes, here's a pricking, this is what we're going to do with it. But even the books that I've got a book on it somewhere. It's not here, so it's back over there in the book pile. Oh no, there's one here, hang on. So, you mean this one? But it still leaves me with questions. And this might be the autistic brain cells in my head, but it leaves me with questions. So she talks about here that, she talks about here that, misjudgments of lengths. Yep. Oh, fucking queen on that. She goes, it makes me weep. See the yards of curly thread that has been thrown away because of misjudgments of lengths. Hello, we recognise this problem. I am queen of this. A handy rule of thumb's 4 times the length of your work. Well, we all know that the hat hasn't worked out very well for me. That you wind a lot of thread onto one bobbin and then only wind enough for the sample from this bobbin onto its pair. I can see that. But, like all things, she then goes on and she says how you hang pairs. Knots are taboo in bucks, so we don't do knots, except for maybe the finishing. And then, for example, I'm not going to show it for long because, of course, it is copyright, but there's a lovely big picture, and then this is the actual one, right? And the video I'm following, she basically, the lady, who's 963 years old, basically uses the big one with slightly bigger threads. So, of course, she can see what she's doing. She's got... Hey, Nautical. Yes, this one is... Not that many forms of lace actually encourage knots, but this one's very much against knots. You do not knot here, except maybe at the end, and even then, they're kind of... You're lazy if you knot, right? Well, hello. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Lazy Gimber. Hey, Nautical. How is your little arsehole problem? How are your potential visitors? Are they dead yet? So I just wanted to try. Anyway, back to the Facebook thing, right? I was so I'd asked if anyone knew of a free bookmark, and I got the usual. Oh, well, there are lots of books. Yeah, but I haven't got them in my hand. So unless I have it in my hand, it's something I'm interested in. It's something I'd like to try. And one lady came back with, well, there are lots of books on it. I know there are lots of books on it. And she said, well, it usually starts with making strips. I get that normally starts with making strips. And yes, I probably would benefit from starting making strips. But what do you do with the strips? I don't need strips. Bookmarks are just marginally fancier strips. So I wanted to start with a bookmark. Because should I make something that doesn't look like cat bath, I now have a usable object. Now, technically, you can use a strip as a bookmark, but it's ugly. It looks like it was meant to be something else. So I just wanted something with a bit of shape of a bookmark. That's all I really wanted. She then went on She then said, but this isn't torsion. Bucks isn't torsion. Yeah, I know that. That's why I'm asking, because if it was torsion, I could probably work it out myself, love. I'm asking because I want to follow a recipe that is pre-made and successful, not make up my own one that I don't know will work. Do you know, I don't see why this is so hard, right? And then she sort of started to be more lecturous about how I'm fascinated, I'm stuck on torsion. Well, what makes you think that? At what point? You brought up, the only thing I did say is I don't understand the gauge of this, because while I get the gauge of torsion to a large extent, quite successfully, clearly with my net gun, because I have never done it, I don't have the experience to make any adjustments yet. I can't look, because when I finish this, I might go, with this thread, I want it to be wider. Now, the other problem with this is I don't actually know what to put in lace 8 to make this come out. I will try that laters, right? But if I decide I like it, I've got a bookmark. I might make it a bit wider and fatter though, because, well, it is a little bit skinny, but not overly skinny. But like a lot of things, I won't start fiddling with a recipe till I've successfully made a recipe, right? I mean, okay, sometimes, if you have a choice and it will say you can use, I don't know, chicken, lamb or pork, well, then you use the one you like. But it's told you these are the differences, right? I don't have that. I have holes in a piece of paper, no one to ask questions of, so, I wanted to follow the recipe. And she got really bent out of shape. And she was still at it at like 2 o'clock this morning, posting about how, kind of like, well, this. And it was almost like, you shouldn't be trying this. Well, why not? It's not illegal. Just because I'm British doesn't mean I can't try Buck's Point. It came from Buckinghamshire in England, right? Yeah. Why? I don't get why she was... It felt like a very soft bullying. It was very much well, you clearly don't know the difference. No, that's why I want to find out. And but she accused me of being fixated with torsion when the only reference to torsion was, I understand how to do torsion gauging, but not this because I haven't done it. How's that fixated with torsion? Bookmarks? Grant you I'm a bit fixated with that because I end up with a usable or even giftable item at the end of it. Because I do fancy making some bookmarks to give to people. Just because I do, right? But this woman just seemed to come for me. And let me just read this message, because I asked the admin, kind of, what the fuck, right? Yeah, why? Why do they hate us for investigating? I mean, they might say your torsion... Yeah, I work that out. But there is a bit of you just kind of sits there. I don't see why they're so angry when you want... It's almost like the, you looking at my bird, right? It's the, I was looking around the pub and she came into view and I kept looking. No, I was not specifically looking at your bird, right? She just happens to be right in front of me. And it's kind of like, why can't I try it? Why are you so against me having a look? It's like music. I am very much a baroque classical music player. But if I wanted to try some modern piece of ugly shit, which I would never do, by the way, why not? Why can't I? Now, I don't necessarily know all the modern techniques that maybe would work best for it, because I'm practiced more at the baroque style of doing it. But I won't know till I try. I won't. Maybe I would fall in love with it. Like that's gonna happen. But maybe I would. But how will I know if you never let me try? It just is that. I don't understand why. It's the same with art. I mean, if I don't know an awful lot about art because, well, frankly, I can't draw stickmen. But you know, there are. I mean, I'm going to use pointillism because it's about the only one I know the name of, right? If I wanted to try pointillism, because maybe that is my art. Maybe that is suddenly the one that's going to work for me, that makes me fall in love with trying to make art. If you never let me try, I will never know. And this is kind of what happens in schooling, if you think about it. When you were at school, especially if you're my age, there were a very limited number of subjects you could try. This kind of stuff was not one of it. Frankly, if you made kind of, I mean, I didn't do later levels of textiles, as it was called. But in the 3 years that I had to do it compulsorily, do you know what we made? One, arguably, patchwork pin holder. So you had pages made out of felt that you cut with pinking shears to give the zigzag edges, right? You then made a really small rectangle of patchworking. So you got your wafer thin layer of fluff, a shiny layer, a less shiny layer, made a kind of blanket out of it, and then sewed your patchwork pattern on top. That's the only thing we made in 3 years. Bitch, I was doing that when I was 6. Can we do... No. Can I... No. So what, we never got to do so much. I mean, before I went to secondary school, I'd made my school uniform for my old school from when I was younger. I made a summer dress and I made a winter skirt. You know, when you're 10, that's a big deal, right? So why are... You know, if I... You know, maybe I was the next budding, I don't know, haute couture artist. Well, my school would never have let me find that out. The schooling that I had did not take me in that direction. Yeah, I clearly am crafty, because I do a lot of crafty stuff. And I knew that even back then, because I'd already done random things like corn dolly making, tatting, although I was shit at that, and I do want to have another go now I'm an adult. I'd done knitting, hated it. I'd sewn some things. That was alright, but my mother wouldn't let me use an electric sewing machine, so it took me a lifetime. Yeah, I made my school dress, bear in mind, a whole dress. It was like below the knee dress. With frills, because my mother felt frills was a thing. Bitch, I'm a tomboy. Rather have worn trousers. But, frills and everything on a hand-powered sewing machine, which I still own somewhere, I think. But, you do. There is this bit of you that... kind of... Why can't I try? What is... You know, it's a bit like I'm 21 stone. If I wanted to turn up and had a go at basic gymnastics, I had clearly not got the body shape for it. But I can still do forward rolls, handstands, and some cartwheels. You could be a ball and do that. It might hurt a bit more, and you might die trying because you get out of breath and die wheezing at the side of the mat. But surely, maybe I will then find my joy to lose weight, become super fit and bendy again, and go back to gymnastics. Why are people against other people trying? Let me respond to this. Because I was just having a word with the admin to asking her, why is it that, I also wanted to say to her about another group that I left, because I mentioned this before on one of my streams, is that it was a Thursday night and I'd finished a square. Must have been the first one. And I said, finished a square, great, happy me. If you want to come see me, I will be streaming tomorrow. I didn't put a link. I just said, I'm streaming tomorrow. And so if people were interested, they could have asked, or that would be awkward. I'd have to... It was one of the beginner ones, but not the beginner one. But it's a sister to the beginner one. So let me see if I can work it out. Hang on. Groups. It's... I'm gonna guess it was either bobbin lace... I think it was bobbin lace making. But don't hold me to that. Maybe not, because it says... But it was... Mind you, they might have blocked me from it, because they were in a really shitty mood. Let me see if I can... Hang on, let me see if I can do it another way. Hang on. Archive. Nope. Chats. No. Well, this was part of the problem. It wasn't the beginners group, because I'm still in the beginners group, but because I deliberately left the group. And I can't even find the lady who was bitchy. Because she got really quite nasty, because she originally blocked my post because of sales. Literally, the words were, if you're, I finished a square, look, I'm really proud of myself. I could find the post because I posted it to a couple of groups, right? But it pretty much, word for word, was, hey, look, I finished a square, feeling really pleased with myself. If you want to come and see me start the next one, I will be streaming tomorrow. I did not put a link. So, from that information, you couldn't directly... It was, if you want. It was not like, you have to come see me, or, anything like that. I was not being pushy. I just mentioned that I would be starting the next one on stream tomorrow. I can't even find... She must have blocked me, to be honest. Let me see if I can find... because I find... I'm on my phone looking for it, and it's really hard find people. Well, I haven't blocked her, so she might have blocked me. Hidden. No. No. Restricted. Okay. I don't know which one it was, but I know who did it, and take care, mister. Sorry, assumptions. So yeah, I got really upset because, I felt bullied out of that group because everyone else was posting links to sales, streams. I'd seen all of the above, but mine got rejected because, well, in their words, it clashed with theirs. Well, theirs is a Sunday. Now, the beginner one is a Sunday, and it was not the beginner group, so I was really confused. But I'd posted on a Thursday night, so I stream, as you know, from 2 o'clock usually till early evening, when frankly most of the people are at work, so it's not going to be clashing. And she went for me. She got really quite nasty about it, and so I left the group because clearly they were threatened by my terrible efforts and the fact that I have like 3 whole viewers, right? So I felt really bullied by that. And then obviously last night, I've asked, can I, help me find a pattern for this so that I, basically I can learn this. And being almost told, well, I don't know. The problem is you start making up reasons why they might think you shouldn't do it. Maybe they don't think I'm ready. Maybe they think that I'll never be any good at it. Well, maybe I won't, but I won't know till I try. And I want to try. And so I don't know. I felt not bullied, but kind of bullied. It was very much that it's a soft level. It was very much unwelcomed. It was very much, well, not for you, obviously, kind of thing. It's almost like you're looking at a dress and you're actually thinking, Jesus, I'd look stupid in that. And someone behind goes, oh my God, I hope she's not going to buy that. Well, maybe I will now you've said that. It's kind of like, I wasn't actually planning on it, love. I was just looking at it because I was wondering who on earth would. But stop making assumptions. And so I felt really quite hurt by it. They are. Yeah, take care. And so I really was, quite upset by it in a way. And I don't understand why, almost, as you know, I recently had a bit of a problem with something that, I do realise the key commonality is myself. But again, on this particular occasion, I don't think it was really entirely a me thing. So I mentioned it before on stream, is that we were people were looking at various cross-stitch patterns, and someone brought up a particular one, and the first comment was, oh, well, she's missing an eyebrow. Oh, well, whatever. And then someone else, oh, I don't like her face, it's too round. She's missing her chin. So they've completely character assassinated this poor fictitious, cross-stitch woman. And I went, well, she can always draw her eyebrow in. I got told off for being discriminatory in the group. I'm sorry, but the person whose actual thing it was had started it. All I'd done was make a simple comment of they could draw it in. Because yes, they could. Just like humans could. If you don't have any eyebrows, bear in mind at one point I had no eyebrows, I had chemo, I lost all my hair. If I had so desired, I could have drawn some in. I can't draw, so no, I couldn't. But I could have tried, right? And I got told off for that. And I felt really hurt by that. Because there I was in a room of people slagging her off. I make a comment of how if it bothers you that she's not got an eyebrow, you can always correct it by drawing one in, kind of thing. And suddenly I'm the Antichrist because there are people here who don't have, who have hair issues. Okay. Well, they're the ones that commented she didn't have one. They're the ones that were saying her face was terrible. They're the ones. Why me? And I've always suffered from this in that. Ad time, of course, it's ad time. And you're all back again. So yeah, I've always struggled with finding myself being the only one who's ever punished for something when all around me are doing the same. And it's something I have never understood. And at the age of 52, I'm frankly getting a bit bored of it. Because, it is not always me. But I'm an easy target, and I recognise that. But it still doesn't make it that it has to always be me. So let's see where we're at with this. You are ready to come in. You are ready to come in. You are not, because you need to go in this pinhole. So yes, I don't know why. Crafters can be a funny lot. There are quite a few crafting snobs, shall we call it. Now, that's not right either, actually. Hang on, undo that. Need to check something. You need to go this way. In there, like that. So, you are there, and then you, 1, 2, 3. Like that. See, that's right. Goes in there like that, and then this gun goes in this pinhole, like that. And then you are ready for another one of those. Do I have enough to do the middle first, though? This now needs to be the question. So, let me... because you are the edge pack. Let's make you a bit longer, because you're short. Right. And you're a bit shorter. There you go. Right. You're the edge pack. You are now also ready for the edge. This is for the middle, so it's a bit long for one of those, yes. Well, then we'll leave you two out for the moment, and we'll put you on a stick so that we can chuck you over the end, like this, to keep you out of the way, which then means you can kind of go and live over there. Rory, your face is not helping, my man. Craft. So, let's pull some analogies. It's very hard to put it into rope making terms, but let's say you're a beginner, you don't really know if it's your thing yet. Realistically, you will go down your local hardware store, buy a piece of rope, and try, right? Now, this particular piece of rope may not be the ideal piece of rope to do your style of crafting. But as a beginner, you do not want to spend £20 a metre or whatever on a piece of rope when you don't even know if you like it yet, or even if you're any good at it yet, because maybe you'll absolutely hate doing it. You like the idea, but you absolutely hate doing it. And you haven't got any tools, you haven't got anything, so you want to make do kind of with things that you already own. The number of crafting people who appear in knitting, crochet, lace making, frankly nearly every craft I've ever been near, there are the snobs. The snobs of the, oh, you're using acrylic yarn to knit with. Yeah. It's going in the bottom of a dog bed, dude. It's going to be washed 1,000,000,001 times. And I don't think my dog really fucking cares. I have rights, right? not everyone can afford 20, 30 quid a ball of wool, right? So when you're learning to knit and knowing that your first piece is going to look like cat bath, one does not go out getting the finest silk, right? One goes out and buys the cheapest piece of shit you ever saw. And probably in a really ugly colour. Because, well, you need it to be bright and easy to see. You're not going to get black as your first colour. If you do, no wonder you don't like it, right? And it is that kind of point, is that every craft has the, one should be using this brand. If you do not have this brand, you are just not even trying. It just does not count, darlings, you know, kind of people. And people who seem to have bottomless pits as pockets. Because most crafts, when you get down to it, can cost a fair bit. Because by the time you bought the decent tool, as in, you know, kind of like the, instead of the cheap it'll do tool, the it's actually really good at it tool, and you've got a bunch of them, and then you've got the variety of that, and maybe in my case different colours of that, and because, well, you know, lace making can be a colourful thing, and, you know, all of these kind of things, you now have a small store's worth of stuff so that you can make your next project. This does not come cheap, whether it's fabric, whether it's, because even fabric's not cheap, but fabric, threads, pins, bobbins, pillow, paper to do the pricking, books to learn from. All these things really add up. And sometimes, well, you just can't afford everything you want, right? Because, well, despite working for a living, not rich, right? And the attitude of some of the people about it is really unforgiving. As I say, it is very much the, oh, well, if you do not have this, then you're just not even trying, right? Well, maybe I can't afford a Range Rover, love, right? Maybe I don't want a Range Rover. Maybe, you know, that's just not a me, right? And it's that kind of attitude, oh, you driver, There's nothing wrong with it. If all you do is go down the food store and buy a bit of food with it, you do not need a Lambo for that. And I have yet to do a craft where there isn't an element of snobbery. Whether it's the, oh, you use that brand, oh, well, they're so terrible. Well, actually, they're the one of the two leading brands that are out there. But clearly this group favour the other. No one needs that. No one needs that in their life. They really, really don't. And it really puts off a lot of people. It annoys the crap out of me because, well, it annoys the crap out of me. Do I need to do a pin thing with you two? I think I do. No, maybe not with you two. But I need to do pin thing with something from over here. So, yes, it must be with you. I need to do a pin thing for you before it gets lost in the mix. Let's do a pin. Actually, that was the wrong thing. Back off one of those. I do a pin thing. No, that is the right thing. It's this side. Pin thing. And that goes in there. And that gives you that pair. Then, but at the same time, you have, so you have and you have, I've got all of you. You two can live harmoniously over there for a minute. Actually, you two meet in the middle. Let's do you. 1, 2, 3. You meet. No, you don't. No, you don't. This is where I'd like a little bit more visibility, but you don't. You. No, you meet with that one, and that one meets with the other one. Right. So you three can go over there for a minute. I'm going to put you there so I don't stab myself with it. You two can go out the way. And we do the bit in the middle. Which is just like the bit, the bits at the edge with 4, except that there's 3. So you do these two together, these two together, these two together, these two together. Then, because you've already done the middle two, these two, these two, these two, and then join these two at the bottom. So basically it's the same idea, there's just a bit more of them. Let me read this. Hang on. But yeah, crafting bullying does seem to be a thing, and yet there's no call for it. I mean, there are groups that I'm in where if someone posts there, hey, what do you think of my thing I just made, that you can't even make a polite comment of, I really like that. Personally, I'd do this different. That can be seen as negative, so you're not allowed that. And that seems a little overkill, but okay, I can accept that. Except for when you then post your thing and someone goes, well, that's shit. Oh, but that's fine. People often ask, I think this is great. And especially in weaving, because, well, if you fuck it up, it's forever fucked up, kind of thing. Ooh, well done. I need to learn to get into coffee, I really do. I never liked the stuff. Yeah, I've never understood this fascination that people have for belittling the fact that someone else maybe can't afford or isn't prepared to invest heavily until later on something. And a weaving lady I know, she recently put out a few videos of a similar nature. And her name's Kelly, and she's really nice. I just want to check I'm going to say her name right, because I'm shit with names. Hang on. Kelly Casanova. Now, she runs a lovely thing which is it's almost practical weaving. Weaving for those who do not necessarily feel this burning need to spend the price of their car on kit. And so she's made so many beautiful tutorials for, frankly, the cheap stuff, using very basic kind of, very, very recently, a toy loom, right? To prove that you do not need to have the hugely expensive, Lamborghini style level of expense object, you can do it with really cheap shit. Which is why backstrap reeving is a thing, of course, because backstrap, you don't really have equipment. You have a few sticks and not a lot more. I really want to get into backstrap reeving. I have the relevant sticks. I can't find this fucking hole. There it is. But my problem is having something to attach it to, and the trials of dog and needing to get up and down a lot. But back to business. You know, there are a few people like Kelly who go out and make things more accessible to people. Too many of them are, oh, well, of course, you must use this Vessel Virgin hand wafted thread that's, 63 million binds a metre. And you're like, no, you don't need to use that. To make it exactly as the designer intended, yeah, maybe you do. But then they clearly had the money for that. The rest of the world can't afford that. We're not Elon Musk. So, or Bezos, or any of the other rich people. We want a practical version. So like this bookmark. This bookmark is not going to be a thing of beauty. This bookmark's going to look like I chewed it. This bookmark's going to be inevitably crap because it's my first one. So I do not want to be spending £50 billion on more thread and different this. Now, admittedly, it turned out I had the right kind of stuff. But if I hadn't, I can still try. It's going to look funkier. Well, it's going to look funky anyway. So it's like drawing with crayons. It is really hard to only draw with crayons. But you can. You can do phenomenal things with crayons. But no 3-year-old ever has succeeded, right? But we learn with big, fat, chunky crayons. And we don't tell kids off because they haven't mastered the art of shading properly with crayon and no, they're too busy eating it. So I need to make sure I've got this right. 1, 2, 3. So yes, you're next. And it really makes me sad that we're too busy slagging each other off because, I don't know, maybe you feel threatened by the fact that someone is potentially doing something, right? Well, okay, so maybe they do it better than you. Does it matter? I mean, Leonardo da Vinci painted some fucking glorious shit. I'm not threatened by that, because, well, I suck. I recognise that I suck. So, I'm not trying to be in his category. So, can we, why is it then that it's not like I've joined a sellers group, for want of a better word, and that we're all competing for people to buy our shit? Because I'm not. I don't sell anything. I've never sold anything. I don't intend to sell anything. So why is it then that there is this need to belittle others, to make out that they're not worthy, that they're not... I mean, sure, maybe, if you were trying to knit a jumper and it's got 56 holes in it, it shouldn't have done. And, the tension's terrible and it looks like the cat and dog fought over it. But maybe moving on to something more complicated, if you really struggle with the knit 20 rows, decrease a little at the edges, knit 20 rows, decrease at the edges. If you're struggling with that, going through full-on, complicated, long-winded pattern repeats might be a little bit much for you at this time. But you can still have a go. Then you realise just how crap you are and go back to what you were doing originally. Surely that is the right thing. Maybe, say, you might struggle with it, but I can't wait to see what you make. You've dropped a bit of a hint, but it is still up to them. We are grown adults. If I want to make, I'm making a net curtain for Christ's sake. If I wanted to make curtains for my patio doors, which are, I'm going to guess without bothering to measure them, probably 60 centimetre wide windows and obviously around about 6 foot tall. And I want to make 2 of those, one for each door. I want to do that with bobbin lace, and I want to do it in Bucks Point because or even worse, let's go with Binch. I still don't know how you pronounce it, but I call it Binch, B-I-N-C-H-E, Binch, right? I think it's Branch, but whatever, right? Because instead of 2 bobbins meeting at a pin, there's 4 bobbins meeting at a pin. If I need every bobbin in the entire UK to make it, it's my choice, isn't it? I can have that aspiration. I can be wanting to aim for that. And maybe I'll discover along the way that, no, your sanity is not capable of doing that. And to be honest, I think you'd be right. Especially not with that many bobbins. Because I'd almost need like one of those collapsible outdoor huge tables, the kind that are like, 3 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. And then completely cover it in foam and call it a lace pillow and almost lie on top of it to start with doing lace, right? I'd need that. To be honest, what you do is you get a bolster cushion like the big one I've got actually is probably just about big enough, and then you roll round it. That would be the way you do it. But, second to that, get a frigging table the size of the universe. And in fact, there is a lovely lady on YouTube who has a video on how to make a lace making table. So all those movable blocks, we've seen my movable blocks before, she literally makes kind of like a shelf for movable blocks, chops up the foam, makes them into little blocks of varying different sizes so she can move them about and stuff. So that you start, down here at the front of the thing where you can see what it's going, and then shove it back a bit, put in a new block, and work on the next bit. Shove it back, put in a new block, steal them from the other sides, shove it in, push it back, which is how it's supposed to work. So, like a lot of these things, is that she has the ability, she could sit there and work from, say, the narrow end of a rectangle and, have loads of lace laid flat out in front of her. Wouldn't that be a sight, right? Or she can work fat-wise and, have less visible to her, but more bobbing room side to side, which would be my choice, right? Because clearly, you can never have too many bobbins, right? So I am sitting there and I do think that we do need to cut back on crafting snobbery and almost the level of bullying that you shouldn't be doing that. Why? It's not illegal. I can learn a new lace style if I want. I may not be entirely ready for it. I'll find out when I have a go. It's like you can hear a beautiful piece of music. So for anyone who's in the UK, the Ski Sunday music. If you've never heard the Ski Sunday music, Google it. It's a phenomenal piece of work. Now, sure, there you are. You've just about learned every note on the violin in the standard range without shifting up, right? Are you going to be able to play it? Probably, actually, yes, you can. Are you going to play it well if you're really struggling with, like, Silent Night? No, you're not. But again, you have something to aim for. You have something that you can have a bit of a go at, realise how shit you are, and something to practice, something to work towards, something to build up to. It's like, hey, let's all go out and run a marathon. Unless you are a runner, which I am distinctly not, running a bath is about as much running as I do, right? And my mouth, maybe. But from that point of view, so you go outside, you run to the end of your road, you call an ambulance, get them to take you home, right? Well, I think that was one of the things that made these comments even more hurtful, was someone else, I've had dealings with her in the past, and I can't say she's my favourite lady, but from a discussion perspective, I have nothing against her. She can make great points. She does really good work. The groups and how she ran them, because she got me to mod for her at one point, got overly complicated, and she almost made the rules up as she went along, and it became too frustrating to keep handle on what she wanted currently. So I bowed out. But that's the only kind of against her thing I've got, is that her idea of running a group, and so for example, think of like any group where you post, hey, look what I just made. On her group, you can only have one post visible. On her group, if you posted, say, a doormat, no one else can post a doormat for a week now. Then it was things like, oh, well, we don't allow that because it's the run-up. We don't allow Christmas things until it's December. Well, you have to start making them early because it takes time to make things. Stuff like that. And it just got more and more complicated about what she did allow, what she didn't allow. And then, of course, moaning that the group was really small and no one was posting. It's because they can't. If you've only got 3 people in the group and you've said they can only post one thing, well, there's only going to be 3 posts this week, isn't it? I do appreciate why she was saying you can't do too many multiple posts. And the answer is someone doesn't want to come to a group and see 25 posts from, say, me, right? They want to see a variety of posts. And I get that. But if there's only 3 people in the group, that is more likely to be the case. Now, okay, it's more than 3 people, but it's that kind of principle. Until you've got sufficient numbers. It's like being here. Till the 3 of you start the conversation, no one was commenting. And that becomes then part of the problem, is that there's nothing for other people to join in with. So less people start a conversation because they don't know what to say. And when there is a conversation going, people are more likely to join in. And it kind of snowballs a little bit. And then, of course, if you get enough visitors, now you can't cope with following the chat, right? There are things, if you have too many rules about what you can't do in a small group, it doesn't allow the group to grow. If the group is too big and you don't have enough groups, it turns into chaos and bitterness. A bit like Reddit, right? So there needs to be kind of a happy medium, and it's not always easy to find. I am perfectly, absolutely aware that finding it can be a challenge, because it is not as simple as these rules will work, these groups won't, because each crafting thing has different tendencies, and brings different kinds of people. No worries, speak to you in a bit. So I don't know, I just wish that groups could be, that people, an awful lot of it, and the lady I was just talking to, she's just said that some of it seems to be because the person who's been, been less kind and a bit bullying is because they're not comfortable themselves. But it's a bit like me, right? I am not a people person, as I've mentioned a few times. And as a result of being not a particularly people person, I don't do particularly well in groups. Well, that's not too bad. But, there are worse things in life. But what my body does when there are groups really doesn't help. So, my body's default reaction to feeling really insecure and really out of place is to be loud and bring all the attention to my good self, of course. Well, that's not going to work, is it? How's that going to work? How's that going to help? And the answer is, of course, it doesn't. It doesn't help at all, in the slightest. Because, of course, it doesn't help. Let's see where we're going with this. You've come off there. You need to meet somebody. Now, I feel like there was a hole missing, but you two are indeed a thing. Even though it looks wrong. It's like there's a hole missing somewhere. Maybe there was. It also doesn't help that from my point of view, because you don't cover the pins, all you see is a dark spot. This then comes this way. And we find the pinhole for you. There. You see, this really feels like I'm missing a pinhole. Look, there it is. I can see it. It's the faintest of specks, but I see the pinhole. I couldn't see this pinhole a moment ago, but I've seen it. It is there. That's your pinhole. And then that comes down to you. How do you go in? Your pinhole. I'm getting on a bit better with this magnetic dish, by the way. Except for one small side effect of this, which is that you can pick up a pin and it can sometimes bring with it friends. If they are loose enough, so let's put one on top, it can kind of pick up a pin, and occasionally it will kind of, because it magnetises my pins, look, it magnetises my pins. So, but I do really like this. This is working well. It was cheap too. So you are now ready for ventures into space. You two, but it's not you two necessarily. So let's have a quick look. I need to do this bit on this side. Now the question is, are there any more pins? No, I now need to do this bit. As I say, I wish I could see it a little better. If I printed it, there would be big black spots and I'd be able to see them. So what you can't see, she says looking around, is that the other half? No, that's a square one. What happened to the other half of this one? Well, what can I do with that? What do I do with that? What do I do with that? What do I do with this? She says, looking through her pile of shit. It's over there. I'm not going to go and get it, but basically I did kind of put something similar to this in Lace 8 and printed it out. And it would have been better if I could have recreated this and worked out the size, to be honest. Because then at least I'd have had spots and I'd have laminated it and then stabbed holes in it. But for a first effort, don't really need a reusable pan, because what if I hate it? Now, I'm not hating on it. To be honest, I won't say I'm liking it. I'm not. Nice. That's true. It's called pasta. I've never eaten yet. With the shenanigans that I've been going through, I've not been eating properly. Now, I have more than plenty weight to allow for occasional skipped meals. Really, I do. So, you know, do not be alarmed. I'm not going to waste away, and I'm certainly not anorexic. Dear God, no. I just haven't been eating. And I will do. I did have tea yesterday, but I had to make myself because I just wasn't really thinking about it. And I suddenly realised late at night I hadn't eaten a damn thing for possibly a couple of days. So, let's do this. You can live up the side. You can get to live up the side. You can go over there for a minute. So, we have the pile of 4. And instantly I think of the Sherlock sign of 4 for some reason, but there we go. Not so I remember entirely what the sign of 4 was, but I remember it in the book. And I know I've read it at least 12 times, so... To be honest, I expect all my Picos to turn to shit. I am under no illusions about my Picos. Yeah, I'm under no illusions about my Picos. I don't like Picos. I absolutely don't like Picos. And to be honest, the first thing I'd change about this is stop doing the damn Picos. I know it's very traditional, but this is part of the following the thing, irrelevant of whether I know I like it or not. I don't like the look of picos. I just don't see why there is this desperate need to have like pin and shaped holes at the edges. I have seen it done well, and if you look at Bedfordshire lace, again, yet another kind of lace, but if you look at Bedfordshire lace, on some of like the joiny strands that you get between segments, they put picos, and they do like little, 2 legs that way, 2 legs that way, and there's little picos kind of on the edge. That can look really quite nice. That feels more fitting, especially if you're doing a more floral theme. It looks more like a bud. It can work. But I do not need like little teeth down the edge of my bookmark. I just don't have this need. Now, the way the lady in this very expensive video explained to do the picos and the start, oh my god, what a feckin' palaver. I have never seen so much stress go into making, and she was having a real job with it, because she was trying to keep all of her bobbins to be like an inch from the pins so that you could see it on screen. Nothing seemed to look right. It was just almost like a sea of worms, because she couldn't really see what she was doing, even though hers was a lot bigger. It just kind of had this nightmare. And what she had us do was, the first 3 are false picos, fine. The next one is a real pico, but you take one of the passives out, you make a pico with it and bring it in and do things with it, while then adding the next one you make a false pico, so you add 2 pairs, rather than consistently doing the same thing, which the video I saw this morning did. And I kind of liked more how this morning's one did it, which was they down the pointy end, instead of having a pointy end and your first row of actual body, you make like an edge, an actual edge, and you put in an inside pin that you wrap round, so it's almost more like a little bit of cloth stitch going backwards and forwards, but it's not. But you have that kind of look, and you join the new threads on the inside, work out to a picot, and come back in, and then take it through and abandon it. You then join the next one, take it out, take it in, and abandon it. So each time you're doing exactly the same action. And so it came up with, and obviously these inside pins give it a lot more strength and cleanliness to it. Whereas this method was just chaos. And you could see that, because she kept calling them picot pins, even though they were false picot pins. She corrected herself at one point, and then this is a non-picot pin, and she does a picot on it, and she's clearly confused, and she's the one teaching it. And rather than redoing it, they just left it, right? And so as a beginner set, and as I say, it's not a very cheap set, it was a terrible set for a beginner to follow, because she does make a number of mistakes, and she does then point out some of them, but not all of them. And she kind of goes, oh, did you see I shouldn't have twisted these yet? And you're kind of going, yeah, we've moved on since then, and I'm following what you do, so now I've got to work out what the hell you shouldn't have done. So from that point of view, it is not ideal, right? There is definitely room for improvement on that set of, well, every single video I've watched from that particular group has had someone. Now, I am not making tutorials. I am making mistakes. I admit I make mistakes all over the place. As we know, I go around on my torchon thread going, look, there's one, there's another one, oh, there's one there too. I do that, right? And occasionally I make mistakes and catch them, and I try and go back and fix them. And I also try and explain what I did wrong, so that, should you care, you understand. But at the same time, I'm not doing it as a tutorial. I'm also not being paid to do it. And, as I said about my squares, if you were doing it for the Queen, you'd do it different, right? You would be making sure that any square with a defect in it would be chucked out. You would be absolutely scouring every inch of it to make sure there are literally 0 mistakes. Now, doesn't mean I shouldn't do that now, But I'm also taking the more practical approach of, I expect there to be a level of mistakes because I'm human. Therefore, it is what it is. I will try my best to eradicate the mistakes. But if I've missed some, I've missed some. The end of the world will not happen. And I think we all need to be kinder to ourselves when it comes to crafting, because we are all hypercritical of our own work. We will forgive mistakes in everybody else's. Oh, you've done a really great effort. You know, you can see that it, looks a bit like your cat chewed it at one corner. But, you've made a really great effort. Oh, it's the first time you did this. Oh, it's a brilliant piece. You've come on so far. All those kind of building up things. The moment it's your own, oh, well, that's shit. Look at all those mistakes in it. Oh, it's terrible. Couldn't possibly give that away. No one would pay money for that. We are all hypercritical of our own stuff. And more to the point, as a crafter, once you've seen your mistakes, you now cannot not see your mistakes. You can't see a perfectly viable bookmark. You see mistakes. Now, we've talked about this before, and one day I'll dig you out the picture. I made some weaving, and it made little diamonds, and then there's this big zigzag line in the middle. In my eyes, couldn't be, and of course it's black and neon, so in my eyes, you really could not highlight the fact that this is wrong with a bigger sign, right? Because it's not even like subtle colours and you might not notice. No, black background, neon pattern, right? You can't miss it. It's huge. It stands out like a sore thumb, literally, of which my sore thumb is feeling a little better, but it's still a bit sore. But we're doing better. Hence bigger pins were a good idea. Plus, it's doing something different. Why not? It's Sunday. We can vary, and this was part of the point. I did say between squares, but okay, so it's between a triangle. We could try other things, because I am very conscious that you guys do not want to watch the same damn thing every frigging time. It must get boring. So let's do different things, right? And I wanted to try this because I did, and so here we are. And I'm definitely I'm liking it in terms of a bookmark. Certainly not at this ratio of thread. I would like. I mean, obviously, when I take it off, I will make the final decision. But right here, right now, I feel this thread is. Well, sorry, this grid is too small for this thread. Let's be more accurate. I feel that it needed a bigger set, right? And would look distinctly better for it. In which case, out comes laceate. I plug it in laceate. How many twists did I do? I only did 2. Terrible. Right. But you get conflicting information. Oh, I cross left over right because it says cross. I've seen one woman, she mentions cross the whole time over and then twists them. Now, of course, it is a pedantic thing, but in a world made of cross and twist, kind of matters, right? So, we have now done this. We need to do the picot edgy bits here. So pair number 1, go through the 2 pairs to the outside edge, and we snug them up like this. This bottom thread's not wanting to snug very much, and that pin's getting on my nerves. Pin, go away. I'll use you now, just to make sure you go away. Sorry. Snug, that's better. Right, let me do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, I did see someone say the best way to do these is to put an extra one, because when you do it this side, it fucks up. And it kind of takes a twist out of it. Yeah, whatever, love. Whatever. There you go. Right. That feels wrong. Feels wrong on 1,000 levels. Doink! Do this again. This bit wasn't wrong. I know this bit's not wrong. Nank. Put you back in your hole. Back in your hole. It's what to do with this one. No, you do go around that way. You're just being shitty. Just being shitty about it. As I say, don't like picos. They're not for me. And it is a traditional thing to do with Bedford lace. But who said I was traditional? Why does my lace have to be traditional? Why can't I innovate a little and cut out the bits that I don't like? As simple as that. Add things I do and take away things I don't. If it's going to be my design, it could be what I don't want it to be. You get twisted twice. We now do a thing. And for some reason, you only do the honeycomb stitch on the outside and not on the inside. You see, I want to sit down with a dude and find out why, because, you know, it makes no sense to me whatsoever. And one video person showed doing a catch pin, and someone else says not to. And again, I believe consistency is key, so I'm keeping with what I'm doing. Is it good? No idea. I'll find out when I take it off. If I hate it, I hate it, right? If I don't like how it looks, I will look and see what I want to change. That's how you do it. It's just such a... Well, and this is the thing. In one of my books, I think it's part of the video stuff, it actually, on the piece of paper, it actually says you can do Buck's Point on a torsion grid. It will just look different. So maybe I will. Maybe I will design my next thing around a torsion grid, because I understand those, and I know the ratios I would want to use, and I will use Buck's Point stitches on a torsion grid, because I can. Think of cooking. Over the millennia, we went from berry og to cookberry nicer. Cookberry not poisonous now, right? Where do you think all these things came from, right? Although there are a few things that you're going, who the thought of that, right? Tobacco leaves. It's obvious how that got turned out. It got, it was by the fire, it set light, people kind of coughed the guts up, but then wanted more. It was addictive, right? Weed, not that I condone drug taking, and I've never actually done it myself, but if you think of all the doped up people and how children relax there, how do you think that probably came about? Because it was by some fire sometime, caught the smoke, and everyone sat around going, yeah, bud, whatever. Anyone got Mars bars, right? Lots of things, think about how many people died before they discovered that it's this tiny, tiny portion of the pufferfish you can't eat, but the rest of it is fair game. Billions, probably, over the course of the millennia. Probably billions. People need to experiment. People need to try things. I can tell you now, right? Over here in the UK, it is quite common to have applesauce and pork. One thing I will say to you, well, if you don't have innovation, nothing changes, right? And so all you have is copycatting. Really? Is that all you want to do? I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, we've discussed this a bit before, is when you see, for example, these, right? It is a piece of plywood with a couple of slots, a few holes, and some stuff engraved on it. From this, you could possibly make one yourself, now having seen it. Right? But maybe you'd do like I would, you'd taper the end a bit, right? I know how to make them, I just didn't have the tools. But, like everything, when you see a picture of, say, I know, a dog paw print on something, I want the pattern for that. You can see the stitches and count them yourself, darling. Put them in. What do you mean you need the pattern? It's there in your picture. Some people do not have the curious brain, as I would call it. And that's okay. It is not for everybody. Just checking I twisted that enough. I did. Good. It is not, being curious is not in everyone's nature. But at the same time, you could try. Doesn't stop you from trying. As I say, I've always struggled with people like that who go, oh, I need the pattern for this. Well, it's in front of you. You can see the stitches from space. They're big enough, right? Just follow the thing in front of you. Oh, I can possibly do that. Well, you're asking someone else to do it for you, so you know it's possible. I do struggle with that, and I've always tried to encourage people to have a go. Because you get these people, I want the weaving draft for this. And you look at it and you can see with weaving, it's either up or down, right? It's not quantity of twists or anything like that. It's either up or down, and when you throw your shuttle, right? And you can generally work out what they did by taking a line and going, right, these are all up together, so they will be on the same shaft, potentially. And you look through and check whenever it says, and if they are always together, they are on the same shaft. So you then look and you go, right, this one and this one, clearly, but obviously the first one's on the original shaft, so this must be another shaft. And you find all the instances of that and see, and boil it down to all of the ones that are only used in that scenario, in which case they are only on one shaft. And you boil it down, you plug it into your little magic thing, ta-da, right? And it is literally, it's not even imagination, it is slowly picking at it. It's like undoing a big knot, right? If you've got a big tangle of something, right? Well, you start at one end, pick, try and loosen a bit, pick, loosen a bit, pull, poke the end through and pull that out, and you've undone that a little bit, and then pick, and eventually you get to the point you go, really not sure what it is. So you look at the other end of it, and you follow the other end a little bit, and I can unpick that bit, pick. And eventually, potentially many hours later, but eventually you've unpicked it. It's not because you're a master unknotter, it's because you just kind of, well, this end's looking a bit more complicated. It's a bit like this. I have a choice, should I do this or that, or this or that? Well, at some point you get to a point where you cannot continue without doing something else first, so you go and do the other thing first. It's not hard. You just have to concentrate and, well, not screw it up, which is harder than it sounds, as we all know. But you could still try. It's not like you've got to be a contortionist to achieve this, or hyper fit, or any of those kind of things. You just have to give it a go. And sure, you might discover you're not flexible enough, or you're not fit enough, or you're not, you haven't got the knack of it yet. Like Nautica, me and some of those knots. Clearly, me and some of those knots are not a thing, right? But that's not necessarily a problem. This doesn't look right. These pinholes do not look right. Must be you. Doesn't look right because it looks like it's directly below the last one, but whatevs. What if you suddenly invented the latest, greatest craze in your crafting thing because you had a go at something and by chance something the other end fell out that was worth having? These really do not look right. Hang on. No, it is you. It just doesn't look right. Problem is by the time you've twisted a few things, it's covered all the pinholes. Can't really see them. They're also, I don't know, good number of inches from my face. I'm going to go 20 inches from my face. So they're tiny and don't stand out very well. And yeah, you see that looks kind of out of shape, but it's probably a bad pricking. I'm not going to deny that that's potential. So you come in, you come in. See, you came in up there, you come in off that one. You surely need to come in off, yeah, you need to come in off the next one. And for the next one, we've got all the bits. So let's do this. Oh, got a rumbly tummy. Apparently I am hungry. This goes in that little tiny hole there. Snap that up like this. And stroke all of those a little bit. You two are too short. It's still short. Pin here. You go there. Right. You now go over there. You three go. You come all the way over here like that. Get 2 twists. Because that's how we work. Right. You are now ready for a middle. And what stick you want to stick? Stick! I can do sticks from with my right hand apparently, so I'll stick you in from that side. Yeah. Oops. Popped out. Try and stick you in a bit more. These don't tend to stick so well in the things, but never mind. Right. You're off that side. We need to do you. We need to do you because, well, we need to do you. You can go over there. You're the 2 outside passives, you're the thing, you're the 2 middle thing, and I need 2 of you, so I need another of you, like that. So, we are ready for you, so we go under, over, over. Yoink, twisty, twisty, yoink, twisty, twisty. You can sit over there for a minute. Then we do the 4. Oh, we've got 4. Yeah, good. 4 happy things. We need a bit more yoink with you because you're looking a bit saggy. There you go. Like that. We do clunk chunk. You should all be back now. Of course, if you ever went in the first place. And chunk, chunk. Yes, we are. Yeah, I mean, it is up to Twitch how much ad they put in it, but obviously I tell them that they can put 3 minutes of ads in it, or I've agreed, more accurately, I've agreed they can put 3 minutes of ads in it, and so I have to assume that, you know, it's up to them to use it. I can't make them. I mean, I can say run ads now, for example, but if it doesn't want to fill it, it doesn't want to fill it. And to be honest, you know, having such a small viewer base, it's not like I'm making a fortune from it. I think if push comes to shove, pre-tax so far, I think in all the time, which is quite a few hours of doing this. Hang on, I'll see if I can find it. Hang on. Create a dashboard. Hang on. The problem is on your phone, is it tends to give you, it tends to give you completely different frigging options. Yeah. Let me do it on here. Hang on, because I know I can do it on here. I just didn't really want to poke this too hard. If I go to here and I go here and I click on here and that, and I go to So, I have streamed 207 hours and 16 minutes since I started doing this. We've had 10 hours, allegedly, of ad breaks. And in that time, it claims I may have made $30.90. And 4 of those are subscriptions. So I'm not in it for the money. Clearly not, right? Interestingly, it keeps saying, it says ad time per hour is 2 minutes 54 seconds. Well, I've told you to use 3, so can't, if you don't want to, I can't make you. So yes, I may have to see if I can up my ad slightly so that it does actually get 3 minutes. That might make a difference. Don't really want to, because none of us like ads after all. Nobody likes having adverts. But it's quite refreshing to do this as a bookmark, as well as a completely different way of doing things. So right, she says pull in this because there looks to be a saggy bit. There it is. And we're done with you now. So you get to go cinch 1, 2, 3 because you're on the inside. Cinch 1, 2, 3 because you're on the inside. And then we do and then we do cinch, twisty, 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 twisty. See, I want to understand more as to why we do different things one side to the other side. Why is it not the same? What if you, like in the middle, because in the middle she does the same, but she kind of doesn't, but she kind of does, and I just find it really, really confusing. And because you can't ask her, it's kind of like, it does make it harder. I would love to be a little bit more understanding as to why it's different. But it is what it is. It's that way around. And then see, there's a hole here, but I don't think you're the right hole. I think you're the right hole. See, this is partly where it goes wrong for me, is that that didn't work so well. I get confused as to which of these holes is the right hole, because there seems to be too many holes and not enough opportunities to fill the holes. So I'm going with what's best I can. And then we come backwards. And we cinch you up a bit. And we twisty twisty. And then we do the thing. And we put a pin in. Ow! That was the sharp end. And you go in the hole. And we cinch everything up a bit. See, my edge is now looking a bit straighter. The earlier one was looking a little bit drunk. I think I've cured my slightly drunk edge. I mean, it's not perfect. Far from. But now we do take you out to the edge. Like this. And we cinch you up a bit because we need to. And then we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We grab a pin. We do the thing. And we put it in the hole. And then it comes off. And you get pissy. And you try again. And you put it in the hole. And you try and put a bit more tension on it before you start this time. And then you've got the other one that needs to go round the hole, round the pin, but not round 28 other pins, which is very much the challenge, because you really think these things, you really think I can see where this is going? Is that round the pin now? I can't tell. I think it was, but I can't be sure. So let's try this again. You get around that pin, like that. There you go. Twisty, twisty, and now you come your way back through. Like that. Twisty, twisty. And now you come through this one, and you come through this one. And we cinchy, cinchy, twisty, twisty. Cinchy, cinchy, twist, twist. And you are ready to be the edge once again. So for an outsider looking in, there isn't probably a huge difference in terms of what makes this Bucks Lakes compared to torsion. Because you can use GIMP threads in torsion. Nothing stops you, so you could make a very similar pattern. The key differences are the angle of the grid and how you do the ground, and the fact that you put way more many twists in this. And obviously it's quite dense, but I don't think that's necessarily intentional. I'm sure I must have got this wrong. It's not supposed to be quite this dense. Maybe it is. So, you come out of there and you go in there. You go in this tiny hole up here. Like that. And we pull on that one. And we get hold of that GIMP and then pull on that one. Right. Then this is Finca 80. I do actually have a cone of 100, but I can barely see it, so I thought I'd start with this one because it did say 80, so. You are done. You are not so done. Right. Next up is you two. The GIMP thread's probably a little bit big, but looking at it, I guess not. It looked about the right size, so. And if it was any bigger, I'd be really annoyed with it. So it's probably not ideal, but I think the most not ideal thing about it is that threads don't slip up it well. So you have a job to kind of cinch them up the gimp a little bit. But it's kind of interesting to do something a bit different. Because there I'm ready to do, I could do another edge. Which I find weird because obviously the quantity of edge to middle is an odd ratio. You see, and this is one of the other problems, is sometimes it's hard. I've not, the only threads that I've seen on the lace sites that I'm aware of in the UK are nearly always Finker. And so as a result of that, that's what I'm growing up with, kind of thing. So, for example, here is my Finker number 80, right? Which says not knowing what that is, that's embarrassing. But, it's number 80, you get 900 metres in a little doodad, hence it's a bit soggy now because, well, we've used it. But I'm not against using finer thread. I mean, if you almost have to use human hairs for it, that's okay. I'd just rather actually make the grid marginally bigger and keep with this, because this thread's not ridiculously fine, but it's I want to be able to have the confidence to adjust for, much like my torsion, I've got a shed load of Finker 40, which I'm using for my torsion. What if I wanted to make bucks out of that? Well, then what size grid do I need to make that happen, to at least be comparable, so I can look at it and decide, do I like this? Because while for a net curtain, sure, using 100 is probably the right thing to do, I didn't, because, well, I'm not a dainty person, and the first thing you can guarantee I'll do is put my thumb through it or something and rip a hole. So I wanted it to have a little bit of strength behind it. I understand that bucks is actually quite a resilient lace in that sense, but I'm not sure necessarily I want to do a whole net curtain in the stuff. But to be honest, looking at this bookmark and seeing how it's going, as long as I could see what I was doing, I could do a few gimp threads around things and a few different shapes, and do a few cloth stitch bits in the middle instead of honeycombs. And I decided to stick with honeycombs. This, on the original video, she shows doing some cloth stitch for the middle. She starts off with a honeycomb and then does the cloth stitch one. Well, and this is the other thing, sometimes finding out what is similar to what, and is it similar enough, and it becomes a little frustrating. So as a weaver, we work with wraps per inch rather than worrying about the stupid names of everything. And so tell me what size grid goes with how many wraps to the inch, and we can work it out. I think this thread is possibly a little fat. So it's a little fat. Is going to be my answer to that. Come the end of this, so it's going to look a little bit fatter than it should. Well, yes. I have seen floral torsion. I don't do flowers. I'm not really a flower girl, although I have seen some really beautiful things. There were... Exactly, wraps per inch don't lie, right? It doesn't matter whether you call it sock, sport, worsted, chunky. If your wraps per inch match, you should be good, right? And, and you see, I'm alright with doing that with knitting, crochet, even torchon to an extent. But because this is my first outing, I didn't want to try and mess with it because, well, I don't know how it's going to look until I've made it. I mean, I know what it should look like, but I don't know what it's actually going to look like with what I have and what I think is the same stuff. So I will make it, and if it's really too thick and chunky, well, then I need to make it bigger. And I'll put it into Lace 8, and I'll print it out till it's, you know, looks proportionally bigger, and we'll try again. You know, it's... But this is why I wanted something to experiment from. I wanted a known working sized thing, and then to make it, and then I can adjust it. But until I've made one, I don't really know. I mean, I look through the holes, and the holes on the ground is not unreasonable. I mean, it's really hard to see. I'm sure you can agree, because, you know, you've got the best view. You are nearest to that pattern. And let me blow it up and see what you can see, because I've only got a 2-inch window version of what you can see. Hang on. Let me full screen this. Yeah, I mean, you can make out that there's something down the side and a bit of a thing in the middle. And if you look really hard, you can occasionally see a bit of ground. But until we pull the pins out, we have zero idea of what is going on in there, right? I mean, I could take some of the pins out. You are allowed to still take pins out. But I wasn't planning on to just yet. Although, obviously, some of these further back ones I probably could. I'd leave the outside edge ones just to kind of hold it still. Because, by the way, what you probably can't see, well, in fact, what you definitely can't see, because I can see what you can see, is, she says, moving these a little bit. Hang on. Let me keep everything in order, otherwise it's going to get confusing. So if I do this, and I free my magic thing, if I roll it around, you can just now see the bottom. So it's not the biggest bookmark in the world. In fact, it is due to go up a click, I think. There you go. Let's put it up there slightly more. It's not the biggest bookmark in the world, by far. There are some fancier, bigger, better bookmarks out there. There really are. But it is a bookmark. It is challenge enough. Thank you. Actually, let's get rid of them, because you don't need them in the middle of this. It's not easy to see, and I totally recognise it is not easy to see. I mean, from that, the holes look so much bigger and so much further apart. But you've got to remember, for scale, there's my finger. You know, my poor, slightly second-hand looking hand now. But, you know, if this is the size of my finger, it is quite small. And when you're looking on a big screen that's, you know, 32 inches or so, of course it looks big, because, well, the whole screen's big. It's not life-size. It is quite small. And I am kind of enjoying it. I think once I take it off and have a good look about how it turned out, my brain will make a few more decisions on how worth it felt. But I also can see things I'd like to try and do with it. I can see that there are things that I'd like to try. But flowers do seem to be a general favourite for lace. But of course, as is explained for the reason I'm making a lace net curtain, I'm making a lace net curtain because I don't really do lace. I don't like lace on things. And so I need something that is more practical to use. So you could have coaster, you can have bookmark, you can have, I'd argue, a wall hanging, except I probably wouldn't put it on my wall. You can have maybe a placemat at a push. You can, you know, I mean, I would say tablecloth, but I ain't got any tables that I'd put it on. It's that kind of problem, is that there is a bit of you that goes, I do not need 50,000 lace doilies, right? It's why I don't crochet lace doilies, because I don't need lace doilies. I don't want lace doilies. I don't want flowers on things. But I did see a really beautiful bookmark. Let me see if I can find it, actually. Let me move my pin so I don't chuck those over by trying to type in my magic window. So let me go to here and do... I remember it was called Daisy, I think. Hang on. It is called Daisy. Yes. Pictures. That's quite pretty. But that's not what hang on, I'll do that a sec. Let's put... Oh, you're not going to put it back in. Where is it? Pretty sure it was on that side. Problem I found when searching for Bucks Point bookmarks is an awful lot of the Bucks Point bookmarks, for example, will be in a section marked Bucks or by a seller that makes Bucks, but the actual page doesn't say Bucks on it. And as a result of not actually saying Bucks on it, when you search for it, it doesn't come up. Let me look for it. See if I can find it. That's similar, but that's not the one I was looking for. That's really similar and not the one I was looking for. So I think how many similar kind of things. Again, similar, but not it. It had a really distinguishing feature that means I should spot it really quite easily. If only when you searched for bookmark, you didn't get things like a touch of tiny tatting and the snowflake. I know it's on this site because I really nearly bought it anyway. But for example, this doesn't look like Bucks, to be honest. No, it's Bedfordshire, that's one. Again, what part of Bucks Point was that? Oh, this is the one. This is one I looked at. This is Bedfordshire, but let me show you this screen. Like this. So, I thought that was really quite a nice looking bookmark. I quite like the fact that some of the leaves kind of escape out of the confines of the bookmark. Now, there was another one that was better than that, and it was Bucks Point, that had flowers, and it was almost 3D in the sense of some of the flowers were actually not in the lace, they were attached to it, and actually kind of trailed off. So from that point of view, you know, this is the kind of thing is that that's got a whole pile of things in it that maybe you haven't tried. And in fact, if you actually look carefully, you can see some of those picots in the middle that I was on about. That doesn't look so bad. Doesn't need picots at the edge, but as part of it, it can look quite pretty. I mean, it's a terrible picture for some reason, but that's the only one they've got, that one. I can't, I don't know where the others were, but there are some really pretty bookmarks, and I'd like to make some really pretty bookmarks. I mean, I'm not the biggest bookworm in the world, But a bookmark you can use, a bookmark you can give to someone and they'll recognise it as a bookmark. If I make a strip that is me practising left-hand picos, for example, they're going to look at it and kind of go, what am I supposed to do with this? You know, that's not what we need in the world. That's not what we want, and it's not what we need. So, you know, let's not, which is why I wanted to find bookmarks, so that I could, if all went well, you see, you go in that hole. Sorry, I was just having a stare trying to see where these goes. You know, if all goes well, you've got potential presents for people, right? And sure, it may not be to my taste, but it doesn't mean it's not the taste of someone I know. So I'm not against making them, but at the same time, if there is a more Liz feeling thing to it, I'd rather make a more Liz feeling thing to it where possible. So I'm not against floral stuff, I just don't want it myself, and at the moment I'm not giving my stuff away as a whole, so kind of from that point of view, want stuff that I might use or want. Will you stop licking and twitching? It's you twitching. I thought you were licking my butt again. Because you do that. This one has to here. But you need to have done your thing, don't you? You two need to have done your thing before we can do any more. Yeah, and she's got some great videos on it on YouTube, but like I said, she does it very differently to the woman in this video that I've been following, from which my biggest problem is that my experience of guilds, whether it's lace, weaving, knitting, they all seem to run during the afternoon when you're at work. Or they're run by little Hitlers, or I mean, I went to the local spinning, weaving, knitting kind of guild down the road from me. It's about 3 miles down the road. It was a couple of years ago, admittedly, but I went down. She ripped my spinning to threads. Now, I'm not going to pretend that it was perfect, but she asked to see the first thing I ever made, and I showed her something, and it, you know, was clearly not my best. She ripped it to threads. She demanded, not suggested, demanded that I sat there right there and then and fixed it. And it was like, no. How am I to have my marker of how far I've come if I fix this? Surely it's better to know what's wrong with it and to look at it and improve upon it every single time. She wouldn't have that. I'd gone because I'd asked if she could show me how to do woolen spinning, because I at this point in time, at the time I went, I could not do long draw spinning, right? I can now, and it's no thanks to her whatsoever. I'm not going to say I'm great at it. I have to kind of have it set up in a certain way, but I am slowly getting better at it. I am reliable in doing it if you start like this. If you just have a big ball of fluff, slightly less. I have to pull it into little chunks and do chunks at a time. But she was so rude, and the woman next to me obviously heard her. You see, that's the kind of experience that you should have. What I had was, I arrived at the time they said they started. She was late. The other members didn't show up for nearly an hour because she's obviously always late. I helped her set up. Was she grateful? No. She made sure at every opportunity to remind me that I was only a visitor and I was not wanted there. Another lady started, came the same day. I just don't know whether she went back either, mind. But apparently I left stuff behind. I don't know what it was. I don't care if I left everything. She could keep it. I was not going to go back and meet her. She really upset. She really was that offensive. I'd rather she kept it. But they made it pitifully clear that if you want something, you have to go and buy one your own. You can't try something. You can't borrow one. You can't. Now, obviously, I don't expect a guild in the middle of nowhere to have a huge range of spares. But it wasn't even like, oh, so-and-so said they would lend I'll ask and see if anyone's got one they can lend you. No. It was flat. You must bring this with you. You must buy your own if you don't have one. But I'd asked her to show me this long draw spinning, and like 2 odd hours later, when it was kind of beginning to draw to a close and I was wondering why I'd ever been there, because basically she never spoke to me again, and she almost made sure, because anyone who started walking over to speak to me... Well, this is exactly what this woman blocked. Every time someone started walking over to talk to me, she would interrupt them and, oh, I want to show you this, and she'd drag them away. Nobody got to speak to me. But there was this, at the time I was in my 40s, there was a lady who was in her 70s, and she came for her first visit, and she'd been sinning since she was a child. And so she was clearly quite good at it. But much like Lace, and how I said it's all about consistency rather than what you actually physically do to an extent, maybe she had some quirk that her mother or her grandmother taught her, or maybe she'd invented her own bad habit. But, like everything, it is the end result that matters. And she had some beautiful yarns, she really did. This woman stood there and ranted at her for like 25 minutes. There were tears streaming down this woman's face. And this miserable woman just tore strips off her. I was really surprised that this poor old lady didn't just get on board. I think the only reason she didn't is I think her husband had dropped her off and she had no way home without. I never went back, but it's put me off guilds for life, because that's the second time I've been to a guild and watched them be really horrible to someone. Not necessarily me, but be horrible to someone. Because to be honest, how I was treated, maybe it's because I'm a bit weird and they didn't know how to treat me, so I can accept that. But when you watch a perfectly nice human being be absolutely almost stripped naked and whipped by the... No! This is not how it's supposed to be. If people are wondering why people don't take up crafting, it's because of activities like that. Now... There was, when I first moved up here, I got into crochet. There was a knitting crochet get-together group. Great, thought me. Tuesday afternoon, 1 till 3. I work, bitches. How am I supposed to get to that? And I phoned up and it's like, do you ever do Saturday weekend ones? Oh, no, our members are too busy at the weekend. Oh, great. So there's something else I'm excluded from. And... I do think that online kind of presence is a good thing, which is why I was really intrigued by the Lace groups, because they do a thing Sunday afternoon, I think about now actually, and I have never attended because originally I didn't have a camera, I didn't have a microphone, I didn't have anything, but I bought all that shit so I could do this for myself. And I'm not saying it's the right thing to do. You do know that, right? But I have now arguably got the opportunity to join their group and interact with them. But because I've had some negative experiences by some of the people who go to that one from that other group, I don't want to go. And so I feel again, not directly excluded, but kind of almost like, well, we never wanted you in on it, that's why we didn't, we made it awkward for you. It feels like that, and it shouldn't. It's supposed to be a beginner group. It's supposed to be friendly. It's supposed to be you can ask questions, but the moment you do, I got shunned for it. So it's kind of like you can't have it both ways. If you're going to be friendly and beginner, then you've got to be friendly and beginner. You can't hate on people because they didn't buy, the blue ones. They bought the red ones. Oh, how faux pas of me. Those kind of things. You just don't need that in life. You really don't. And I don't, if because I'm not a people person, remember, if I was to be starting up a lace group, one of the most important things I would do is make sure that I don't care if you're turning up with my foam top from the cooler thing and a bunch of clothes pegs. If you are learning, that is perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine for making this. It would just make it a bit more awkward. You do not need fancy shit. You do not need it's like trainers, right? A pair of trainers to walk the dog in. You do not need 10 grand trainers to walk the dog. Frankly, because you're likely to be stepping in poop at some point, you want £5 cheap trainers so that you can throw them in the washing machine so that, and if they fall apart, you won't cry. You don't need to be spending a mortgage on something that you're going to use and abuse, right? There is money well spent on something that's going to last in terms of tools. There is money so, for example, until you've tried it, you don't realise that being a bit of a snob with pins is actually a valid reason. Why is that then, Liz? Well, the short answer is the cheap ones are cheaply made. And I did buy a cheap pair of pot pins when I started. And the problem with the cheap pins is that, well, they're cheap. But half of them don't have points on. Some of them don't have heads on. Some of them don't. Well, then it makes it very difficult to, when you're chucking a quarter of them in the bin, is it really good value for money? And the answer is, well, of course it's not. Big waste of your money. So then you get down to the fact that, you want a decent brand of pin that's actually going to make pins that pin. I mean, God forbid you actually wanted your pins to pin something. So you go and buy pins that pin something. And you instantly almost arguably then have become a pin snob because the big, huge £1,000 pins for 20p kind of thing. Oh yeah, but they're shit. But they are shit. So while it is still, if that's all the money you've got, but don't expect to get, 5,000 pins of working nature. You will get 5,000 sticks, some of which will be workable, right? But if that's all you can afford at the time, that's all you can afford. But again, you have something to aim for. You have, something to save up for, because you will appreciate that your work will go a lot quicker. I mean, obviously, once you've... Sorry, where's the pointy bit from this? It's going to be there, I think. I wasn't overly accurate when I drew my things, apparently. You can aim for getting better pins so that you've got less shitty bendy ones, or you've got ones that are pointier, or ones with a slightly bigger head on it. Because some lace makers will go absolutely insane if you use... Can't really see them. Oh, I haven't opened the box though. I know where I've got one. Hang on. This style of pin with a little head on it. A little bobbly head on it. If you use those, there are an awful lot of lace makers that will absolutely nail you to the wall because, well, those are just not appropriate, darling. Okay, well, maybe not for many of, say, the English lace ones, but if you watch many of the more continental lace makers, they use them all the time. I wouldn't suggest using it for these because this is way too pin dense to be getting those heads in it. But that doesn't mean you can't use it for something else. They make great starter pins because then your things don't slide off the top. Hence I used a really big one, admittedly, but I used a big one the other day as like the pin to bend my bobbins round so that they don't all slide off the top. There are reasons to use they're perfectly good pins, they do a job, and as long as your pins are going to be far enough apart, they are fine. We need to stop being that level of snob about it, where people feel they can't do it because they don't have, Vidal Sassoon level pin or whatever, right? You don't need it. You don't need to have your hair coiffed by Versal Virgins to put it in a ponytail. You really don't. Proper elastic bands, like the ones you buy, you get from in your office, those are generally not a good plan for your hair because it sticks and rips it out. But other than that, you can use little elastic bands like those black and white ones I had on my bobbins the other day. You can use those at the bottom of a plait, or no one's going to die. Can we stop acting like there will be a death in the family because someone used the wrong colour this or didn't put... this is not blue paper, but it shows up better on camera. So, brown it is. We do need, the crafting communities do need to calm down a little with, as I say, I call it snobbery. Sometimes it is pure snobbery. Sometimes it's elitism. Sometimes it's a level of bullying. It's obviously, oh, you bought that. Of course, they don't make those anymore, and they weren't that reliable, and they were terrible. Well, if they were that shit and terrible, they wouldn't still be here now, would they? If it was that bad, it would have been turned into a pile of wood for a fire somewhere. Clearly, it works. Now, much as, for example, I won't drive an automatic. I hate automatics. I know I actually do hate on automatics. But that's because I don't like automatics. I have no problem if everyone else wants to like automatics. If you drive an automatic, good for you. But I don't want to. And that's the difference, is there's a difference between what I might like. For example, I don't like green vegetables. I know some people who do. So I've got to count to 5, so I need to stop to think of that. But when it comes down to it, it's not, so I don't put green vegetables in absolutely everything. Well, fine. So I don't put green vegetables in absolutely everything. That's my choice because I don't want to eat them. I'm an adult. I'm allowed to have choices. You didn't get around to that. There you go. If you want green vegetables in yours, you can have green vegetables in yours. I don't mind. You're the one eating it, right? And people have got to have more of that attitude of, it's not my choice. It's like if I painted my entire main room here, God help me, I'd never do this, hot pink. That really vivid hot pink, almost glow in the dark colour. I'd hate it because I don't do pink. But if I want to, well, it's my choice. If I wanted to put hot pink curtains in this room, look a bit funny because it's kind of got beige coloured walls, but, hot pink curtains or lime green or something. Well, it's not my house. You're not living in it, so I don't care if you like it. You don't live here. If you lived here, you can have a choice. Did you get twisted? I can't tell, it's too close. But people need to back off a bit when you're doing something for your own edification. Whether you want to learn something, whether you've made something. I hate, and I can't believe these words have to come out of my mouth, I hate red velvet cake. I eat anything with sugar in it, and I mean anything. Can't stand red velvet cake, right? Can't put my finger on it. Really can't. Just absolutely loathe it. I think it's the most vile stuff in the history of vile, right? But lots of people love it. So sure, please do not buy me a red velvet cake, because I don't want it. But if you do, then that's great. I'll buy you one, but I'm not going to have one too. And I don't want a bit. We need to get a little bit more like that. It's like pineapple on pizza, right? Whether you like it or not, if you're not the one eating it, why does it bother you? We do need to have much more of that level of thought in our societies, in that we need to have much more. If it's, you know, it's a bit like back in the 80s. I'm going to say something slightly controversial, but back in the 80s there was a big thing about, oh, it's gay, it's catching. Of course it's not catching. But unless they're making a move on you, why does it bother you if someone is or isn't? Really, why? What difference does it make to you? Now, it may be that your religious beliefs mean that they're going to hell and you don't want that for them. They're a grown adult. Discuss it like a grown adult. And explain that, you know, for what you believe, this, you know, causes you a concern and you don't want that for them. But you're not going to change it. So once you've expressed that concern, leave it alone. Done. You're done with it. It's see, that's too far up. That Pico, you see, this goes in, needs to... No, we are good. It's right, I must have done more than I thought I did. I did more than I thought I did. Okay, you two are ready to go back in. So, for some reason, my brain was skipping ahead a little there. You go there like that. And we twisty. Yank, twisty. Put you down. You go over there. You go over there. We're all set. We put you on a stick. But, you know, we need to be far more accepting that, you know, if I was doing this in Puce Green, well, we're doing it in Puce Green, whatever, right? Maybe it's my favourite colour. Maybe I'm making it for someone and it's their favourite colour. I mean, it's one of the things that I always find difficult with the... you go to a website to buy someone a present and you buy some shit that you would never normally buy. It's not that it's bad, it's just that it's not your thing, you wouldn't normally buy this. And then for the rest of your life, you're spending trying to get out of the 50 miles a day about how you must want something else from their website. No, I just wanted the one thing. You know, like, I don't know, for sake of the argument, this magnetic dish, right? Or even better, these, right? On the website, on the shop that sells these on Etsy, they make literally nothing else I could ever want. So, you know, don't really want to be plagued by messages, you know, because I don't want any. Unless you start making more things for lace making or other crafts that I do. I don't know, etching on weaving shuttles would be nice. Making some weaving shuttles, that could be quite good, although I like mine heavy. You know, there are many things you could make that are wooden. Some storage boxes, you know, decorative storage boxes. They don't even make those. So, you know, there are not always things that make sense. And, you know, I just wish people could be nicer. We're not all the same. We need to understand that. And I try to understand that there are differences, but why do we always need to put someone else down? Why can't we ever build them up? Why do we not be nice to them for a change, you know? Oh, shut up, dog. I need to do the middle before I do that, so you now need to pass over here while I do the left hand side, right hand side I believe. Yoink. So we'll put you in there to keep you safe from harm. Mainly dogs, but you know. Let's take you through put you over here for a minute. And grab you and see what we need to do for you. And that's the thing, is that we all, you know, if I was going to knit me a jumper, would I love it to be made of the softest, finest merino? Yeah. But I have dogs with claws. It is not conducive to having delicate items. Lace, for example. Because you get little brown dogs who, thank you, my nose, yes. You know, with the delicacy of dog, who is trying to climb into, or who is in my lap right now. Thank you for that, darling. Yes, I do love you, darling. Yes, I do. I do. Oh, where are you going? Oh, apparently I'm not clean enough yet. Hang on. You're a good girl. Come on. Off you get. But, you know, it's like making a bedspread. If I made a lace bedspread, God help my ass, but let's pretend I make a lace bedspread. It would last seconds. The dogs would leap on the bed, claws would go through it, they'd have a bit of a battle, and there'd be great holes in it. I mean, there's great holes in my duvet right now. My duvet cover. Because we had a bit of a battle on it, and we managed to stick our foot through it. And that was made out of actual cloth, let alone delicately twisted threads. So let's not pretend here that, you know, everything is for everyone. Now, on a guest bedroom, where in a house with no dogs, there is nothing finer than looking through the door and seeing almost a fairy tale princess bedroom, right? But that's not me, right? That's not a me thing. I'm not that lady, right? And it is, we can't make everyone be how we are. So if you're into pink and frills and fluffy and all those kind of girly things, great for you. Well, I'm not. And you know, I'm not dainty, I'm clumsy and I'm fat, and so I do not need lace frills because that just makes me look even wider. So can we not? But if you want them, great for you. I will even help you make them. But the wool and the acrylic thing, you know, if I'm making a blanket to put in the bottom of my car for the dog, acrylic's great because they're going to get in after a walk, wipe their muddy pooey paws all over it. It needs to go in a wash 1,000 times over. I don't necessarily want it to felt and turn into a postage stamp. I don't want to spend a fortune on the yarn for it. I want cheap shit that's kind of going to, you know, be a bit softer and easy to wash. And acrylic is exactly that. Baby blankets. I actually recommend not to have wool or cotton baby blankets. Cotton absorbs every freaking stain in the history of the world. Wool they can be allergic to it. Acrylic, you can wash that 1,000 billion times and it will look exactly the same as it did when you started. It's practical, dude. We seem to have lost that, and then you get into the air. Well, I wouldn't use those knitting needles because I don't care if you don't like them. If I do, that's all that matters. Can we live with that? But you see, if you can afford to use nice yarns, if you only ever make, you don't ever make shit because you're bored and you just want to make some shit, and you're making it for a present, you're making it with a purpose, then that's the time that I use better quality stuff. If I am making something for me, it's a waste of money. Because I don't care. I am not, it doesn't matter to me. These jumpers, these are my favourite jumpers. They're acrylic. I live in these things. I bought them. I love them. I don't need this, you know. Would I do like a good Aran jumper. Don't get me wrong. And I've got some of those too. Ads are due to start, by the way. You see, that's a valid point. And I don't know whether you can still hear me because, you know. But I'll wait for the end of the ad so everyone else can hear too. I suppose that's the right thing to do. That'd be the right thing to do. yes. Back to that comment. It's not snobby to only knit with your hand spun. It's a great use of it. It's better than keep it in big bags and going, look what I spun and never used, right? But as you've also said though, the most important part of things you've said, that is your choice. You don't diss anyone else's yarn preference. So maybe they don't spin. Maybe because by getting wool yarn pre-processed and in a ball is frightfully expensive. The farmer gets piss all of that. It is cheaper for them to burn it than for it to be turned into yarn. And that is soul destroying. But it is that it becomes that kind of effort when you sit there going, I get that not everybody has access to the same things. Not everybody wants to learn to do the same things. So maybe you would love to have wool yarn, but you don't really want to pay £25 a ball or whatever the wretched stuff costs these days, depending on who you buy it from. I mean, that fisherman's wool that I really do like is ridiculously expensive. That comes in balls, in ball form, I should mean. So from that point of view, it is not a practical thing then to want to, you know, if you wanted to make a really cosy wool jumper, you know, if you wanted to make it out of fisherman's wool, it's going to cost you like £100 in wool, right? In terms of if you're a spinner, you can probably make it for a tenner. In terms of cost, in terms of, let's pretend you're not dyeing it, you're just going to go with au natural. It's suddenly, you know, it makes it far more affordable. £10 in expense for it, plus your time, but it's time that you enjoy. So maybe, like me, you go, well, the time I enjoy, that's all that matters. I enjoy doing it, therefore... Oh, fuck off! Blimey, I haven't heard from her for a while. I'll have to call her back later. That's right, it made me jump because, of course, it was in my ear as well. Well, actually, it wasn't ringing in my ear. I have my PC and my phone are friends, and it made a really weird noise in my ear. But it was very loud. Rachel Atkinson. She rings again. Oh, let me ring her back. Hang on. Oh, sorry about that. I was just checking it was not important. Apparently it's not that important, but she has a new dog, so I'm interested, but it's not life-shattering. Right. So where was I? I was trying to work out what I was doing. You now need to be done through the middle before I can do more of you. So let's... How many of these do we need? Well, 1, 2, 3. So you stay for the middle. You are at the edge. We'll put you back on a stick. The only reason I rang her back is because when I kind of sent her to voicemail, she immediately hung up and rang me again, so maybe it was important. But the answer is no. It can wait. Right. You... Now, have we got enough to do the middle? Becomes the next question. So... You 3 are in the middle. Actually, why did I keep you out? I don't need to keep you out because you 3... Actually, that's not true. Yes, it is. You 3 form the middle. And 1. That's a fat one, isn't it? So that's 2. And that's 3. So let's have a look. Can I use you yet? So slide you over. So you are ready for use, so we'll deal with you. 1, 2. You are also ready for use. Slide. 1, 2. You are also ready for use. We need to do the middle bit. Right. 1, 2. You get to go to the edges. The dog's going nuts. Let's divide everybody up into their little quadrants so that my brain doesn't fall apart when I do this. Right, so middle 2. Don't get your junk. So yeah, back to the subject of, you know, kind of the snobbery in crafting, is there is a difference between practicality and snobbery. So for you, Guzzy, you spin so you can make your own wool, you can make it at a reasonable price. So it is very reasonable that you then want to use your hand spun yarn to make beautiful hand knitted things that are properly 100% handmade, because you went from start to finish and you made something. You made the yarn, you made the thing from the yarn, and ta-da, now you have a very homemade, beautiful item. Well, hopefully anyway. But not everyone can afford that. Not everyone has the time to spin all the yarn first, because as we know, it's not a quick thing. It doesn't happen quickly. So from that point of view, it may be they don't have time to add the spinning of the yarn to make it. Therefore, they need to buy it. And if you can't afford to buy wool because it's too friggin' expensive, then, well, you have to start settling for less desirable. And, you know, we'd all love to lie on silk bed sheets or, you know, 1,200 count, you know, Egyptian cotton. But not all of us can afford to do it. And at the end of it, once you're asleep, you don't really notice anyway. The only thing you do notice is if you wake up in the morning with a rash because you were allergic to it, or it was scratchy, and you know, now you're feeling a bit sore. We do have this habit of placing self-imposed rules on people that say if you are not using X, if you use Y brand this. Now, there are some things that are universally recognised as true. In Britain, there are many types of people who make ketchup. But if you eat anything other than Heinz, you usually regret it. It's not really an elite snobby thing. It's kind of true because everyone else's tastes either like pea, vinegar or sugar. It's very rare to find one that does not. But lady you just tried to ring doesn't like ketchup because it's too sweet. That's fine. So she uses pureed tomatoes. That's fine. But she doesn't use ketchup. So it is. There is level of snobbery which is kind of feasible, in that if that there are some it's a bit like having a Wish item. We all know that Wish stuff is not the top quality stuff. We also know that nearly everything on Wish that you get is a knockoff version of anything that claims to be anything other than a generic brand of whatever. But depending on what you're doing, that's still perfectly fine. I bought some pens off Wish. Colouring pens. Are they crap? Yes. Were they at a decent price? Yes. That's all that mattered to me at the time. That's all I wanted them for. So that was fine. That's what they were good for. Again, it's the if you were making it for the Queen, you'd have spent the money, but you're not making it for the Queen, so you can have the cheaper one if you want the cheaper one. If you can't afford the more expensive one, you can't afford it. Now, there are times when you have to agree that if you can't afford it, then don't do it, right? And one of those times, as many pet owners will tell you, is if you're telling me you can't afford, I don't know, 40 quid for your dog to have an injection, you can't afford a dog. Now, it might be a one-off, you can't afford it today because you've just shelled out for a new car following an accident or whatever, and that's a different statement. But if you are questioning the fact that it's 40 quid to get your dog stabbed every year or whatever, then maybe a dog is not for you, because that's the price. And with all the best will in the world, your pooch needs its inoculations, your pooch needs vet checks, and if it's, these days it's, 40 quid to say hello to the vet. So you have to accept then that that's the price little Fluffy will need. Each time it goes to see the vet will probably cost you 40 quid, even if all they do is say hello, pat it on the head and say goodbye. It's sad because it shouldn't have to cost an arm and a leg to do many things, but sadly it often does. Just calculating and thinking, and with the tininess of everything, it does make it harder to be sure what I'm doing. So I have to stop and think harder. I'm actually more holding my breath and counting, actually, but same kind of deal. So yeah, we had the talk, the chat before, many of us, about, is it handmade if, for sake of the argument, instead of hand knitting it, you machine knit it? Is that handmade, or is it homemade, or is it, because people have opinions on these things. I personally would not feel comfortable claiming that a knitting machine was handmade. If I machined a quilt on my sewing machine, it's machine made. It's not me made. I didn't do those stitches. I guided it. I directed it. I planned it even, but it is not, in my eyes, handmade. So, from that point of view, we all have standards and bits where we draw the line. But we need to be kinder to people who have a different line to us. And having had this woman kind of go off on one about, well, you're fixated with torchon. This is not torchon, people. This is buckle point. I'm kind of enjoying it. I've admittedly only managed to do about an inch in 4 hours. Jesus Christ. But I've definitely got better. My edges are looking so much better now I've worked out what was wrong with it. I'm still not convinced about the picos, and to be honest, if they don't work, I'm really not that bothered. But my edges, this edge now is straight. It wasn't straight before. This one was always straighter, but now it's definitely straighter. I mean, it still looks a little drunk in a couple of places, but this side's looking really quite cool. I'm seeing improvement. I am beginning to feel comfortable in working out where I'm going. I'm beginning to feel comfortable with how the stitches are formed. I'm feeling... But until I pull it out, I will not know whether or not I actually like it and how bad it looks. And there really is a big part of me, and you understand me well enough by now, I hope, to understand that I'm really, in fact, I'm going to, that's how really we are talking, I'm going to roll this back this way a bit, so that this now faces me, and I'm going to squish these edge pins down a lot more, and I mean a lot more, not necessarily to the bottom, but a lot more. Find my pokey device, and we're going to push these down quite a lot, like this. And I think you're an edge one. I think you're an edge one. You're definitely an edge one. Let's poke some of these down. It's hard to tell who's edge and who's not from this angle, but we'll poke you down. I think you're edgy. Edgy. I'll poke you down quite a lot, like this. And some of them are, I mean, that pin I know is way out, and it's going to look a bit stupid, but first corner I did and all that, as I say, you expect the first one to look a little like cat buffs, so I am not gonna snob out on myself and say, oh my god, it's so ugly. Well, it is. Maybe it is. But let's get the pot of pins and pull some of these out and see what we have underneath. Because I actually want to see what it looks like. I actually genuinely want to know, because it was quite complicated to start. It wasn't complicated, it was finicky. And the way that I've seen Louise West suggesting doing it looked so much more simple and sensible and everything. But I followed this lady's instructions because it's her bookmark I'm making. So, I went along with the ride. And these look a little more confused than I was expecting, as I can vaguely see one of the little loopy bits. They don't sharp quite as well as I'd expected, but the ground bit's looking alright. It's a bit tiny. We knew this bookmark was tiny, did we not? By the fact that it's tiny. Yeah, some of those pins are a little bit, that pins, you're not necessary, and you're not necessary. I'm just leaving the edge ones in. I'll show you a bit better in a minute when I roll it round to the top. I'm not going to pull out too much, because that's a thing, and I'm pretty sure I missed a couple of spots somewhere, but as I said, I am aware that there is room for improvement. I am absolutely aware of that, because it's the first one I ever did, so it's full of mistakes. Duh. Right. You can't see an awful lot, but if I roll this round back to the top where it should be, like that a bit more, and then I zoom in on it for you, wrong way direction, zoom, there you go. So, you can now see the little ring of doodies around the top. As I say, they're not as clear as I'd have liked, personally. I feel they're a little bit meh. But the one in the middle looks pretty cool. The ground round it looks pretty cool. I'm feeling quite pleased with that. Especially now I've seen some of it. As I say, the edges suck. But I'm not displeased with that. Let me look at that in kind of full height glory. Because, you know, I can see it hugely on my screen. It looks like it could focus better, but there we go. Yeah, those little roundy circly things, formed by GIMP Red. But those roundy circly bits, see there's some definite funkiness going on here, because it looks like there's a gap in the... There isn't, see, if I bend the pin, there is a thing. But it's a bit wonky, which makes it look bad. But as you can see, down this side, it's getting straighter now. There's some definite... Some of those picos just need taking out back and shooting. But the kind of eye-shaped bits here, I quite like. You know, that's turned out quite nicely. I'd rather it was actually more round. My attention clearly on some of these, like this top right-hand corner. Let me find a pointing device. I need a pointing device. Honnison bobbin for the win. So this little one here, this one here, the middle's really squished, but its friend has got a nice circle in it. Those two are all right. This one over here looks like there's some kind of weird shenanigans to it, but it could just partly be the angle, I guess. Well, exactly, it's a first attempt. You do not expect miracles in your first effort. And so pulling out the pins to actually see how it's looking, I'm actually really quite pleased with that. And screw Mrs. Grumpy Face. I do think that there are bits maybe below that will, you know, I'm not sure that some of the crossing of the gimps looks as quite as round or as pleasant as maybe it should. But I'm learning, and when you learn, if the first time you tried to do something, you got it right, absolutely nailed it, right? What did you really learn? That you nailed it the first time, but you don't really know why. Failure is how you learn. Failure is utterly how you learn. And so, looking at that, I mean, I will say it looks a bit kind of frilly from my point of view, because I don't do frilly. But at the same time, I think I really like the ground stitch. I mean, it's ground stitch. It kind of looks like an egg. Well, this is it. You do. You learn by failing to achieve what you intended. Now, whether that's utter failure, like you make a cake and it turns out a charcoal briquette, or you make it and it looks like it had a fight with Mike Tyson and came off on the wrong end, or you sat on it, or you trod in it, or it looked like Mount Vesuvius on a good day, because there's a whole host of things that can happen to your cake even though you mixed it vaguely right. So whether it peaked too much in the middle and has kind of a volcano look, it's a crater, whether it's kind of black at the edges and raw in the middle, there is many things that can go wrong. But you learn from this the boundaries, and that is the importance of learning, is if I did this and it was spectacular from the off, I haven't really learnt anything because, well, it was spectacular. Whereas I fudge it up a bit. I've learnt to straighten my edges. I have learnt to recognise where I need to be doing X and where I need to be doing Y. I'm learning how to read the fabric forming in front of me. So I'm learning. And I've learned because I fucked it up a few times and had to go back and actually change my mind. But that is, as you say, whether you call them mistakes or whether you're failures or whether it's just because it does not come out as intended. Now, Is this coming out as intended? Yeah, pretty much. I expected it to look similar to this. The ground stitch is very much as I expected. The little roundy bobbly bits on the edge, slightly less. The bit in the middle, very much. The picots, don't really care. Hate picots. So whether they work or not bothered. Because I don't like them. But I will learn to achieve good picots at some point. Because maybe I will want to do something for someone who likes picots. God help their soul. But it is that point of view, is that you learn by finding the edges of what works. When you make a recipe, if you put in cayenne pepper, if you don't put enough in it, you can't taste. If you put too much in it, it's borderline inedible. So you have to find the boundaries of weak but worth it, strong but that's kind of as far as I go. It's the same with, being British. I know curries in different parts of the world are different. But if you're British, you go down the local curry house and there's various states of curry. There's a korma, which is basically gravy. There is quite a step up to a madras, which is strong and warm, but pretty edible. Vindaloo, depending on where you go, can be very difficult. Fal is usually a nuclear strength face melter. But not always. For some places, it's not so. I went to a pub. Now, normally pub food is blander when it comes to this kind of thing. And I went to Matt O'Rourke's and I had chicken curry. Fuck me, it was melting my face off. Now, I'm quite good for a decent thing. I like chicken naga, by the way. Naga chilies and chicken mixed. Basically, you puree naga chilies, throw them in some chicken. Really quite like that. I'll actually say that this chicken korma, that it was supposed to be, was borderline a chicken naga. There was way too much in it. I assume someone slipped. Maybe they added the stuff twice, all right? But it was edible. I just needed a lot of lager to keep the face from falling off, right? And I don't normally drink. But you do sit there, and it is that principle, is that you need to test your edges. As a child, part of the reason you are deemed naughty by your parents is because they've given you a set of rules, and you then in turn, not necessarily deliberately, but are testing the boundaries of how far that goes. Same's true with dogs, they know that they're not supposed to do things, but they will do it when you're not looking because they don't think you'll notice. I feel my dogs have locked themselves outside, but I also know that that's not true. We will find out in a minute. See that? All the fences down and they're buggering off half around the country. Oh, yeah. I don't actually see one. Mind you, it's dark as badger's butt out there, so I can't see anything. And there are some lights on out the front in another house, so it's not that the world is completely black and I'm all alone. I'm sure the dog's just standing there. What are you doing? Or is it a reflection? It looks like Rory in his collar. Oh, you were in there! You weren't even in the garden! What were you doing? Lurking. Always worry when you can't hear your dogs. Lurking. Were you lurking? Or were you trying to sleep? I doubt it. You're all excited though. Yes, you're a good girl. You came. You did come. Yes, you came when you were called. Very good girl. Yes, she's a good girl. Yes, you are. And I'm not going to tell you off for trampling all over me, although it's really beginning to hurt. Because you've got bony paws. You do. Bony paws. Yes, you are. Bony paws. Go on, off you go. But as you say, you have to learn by making mistakes. So, I mentioned earlier that we as the British like applesauce with our pork. One thing I can very much tell you is, now occasionally you broil, or you kind of slow the cooking down by putting it in broth and letting the meat kind of melt a little. Do not, under any circumstances, put pork in apple juice. Jesus, God, that was inedible. Oh, what a crime against culinary efforts, right? But I learned. do not put apple juice in with your meat to let it cook slower and more gently, because it was vile. I can't explain to you how vile it was, but it was literally. I ate it because I knew it wouldn't kill me, but it was debatable. It was awful. It was the most awful thing I've eaten and I've eaten some pretty hideous stuff. Although your liver treats, darling, dog liver treats. If you're not a fan of liver, then it's not too surprising. If you can eat liver and you're a bit on the fence, or you even like liver, never try a freeze-dried liver treat for dogs. Allegedly, it's just freeze-dried bits of liver. Liver of fucking what? 2,000-year-old mummy? I mean, the taste will linger with you for a minimum 48 hours, despite what you might eat. Because I had a chicken fowl afterwards, and it still didn't clear it. It lives with you. It stays there. It's so wrong. Now, I mean, I know it's a dog treat, and it's not designed for humans, but it is supposed to be made 100% from dried liver. How can it be so bad? How can it be that gross? I mean, yeah. The story goes, I was on the phone call to a supplier at the time who I got on very well with. And I was talking to her and I fed the dogs a treat. And I jokingly almost said, I'm going to give the dogs a treat. I haven't eaten one of those, because there is an element of truth. I will not feed my dog something I have never eaten myself, right? I will try pretty much anything. So I did. And God help me above, it was vile. Why does this look like that should be somewhere else? I need to check this. This looks wrong. So let me put you in the right order so I can pile you over there. Right. 1, 2, 3. You came out. So you are... You're next. Right. And it was like, hang on a sec, I'm going to eat one of these. And they're tiny. I mean, they are. These liver treat things are less than the size of a kibble, right? They're tiny. I put it in my face, chomp, chomp, chomp. And I know what my face looked like. My face was like I'd sucked on a turd. It was distinctly unpleasant is not the word for it. Inedible is the correct word for it. Now, obviously, technically, it wouldn't kill me because, well, it wouldn't kill me. However, once again, did not feel like it was gonna. And I was kind of, oh God, that's disgusting. And she was laughing her head off. Because, well, that's what you do, right? We're British, we laugh, and although she's Polish, but we laughed, and we finished our meet. We'd finished our meeting. We were just kind of chatting at the end, and about every few hours, I'd send her a message of I can still taste it, and she was laughing some more, but it was indescribable. Anyway, I know I'd pulled a face. And what made me laugh was a friend came round the next day, and they, like me, don't tend to feed things to their dogs that they wouldn't eat themselves. So they tried one. And I'd already warned them that I could still taste it, and I pulled a real bad face, and it's disgusting, it's inedible, all those kind of things. Oh, it can't be that bad. I said it'll be the worst thing you've ever eaten in your life. I don't care what you've eaten. I don't care if it had mould. It will be worse than anything you can think of. No, it isn't. Give me one. Okay. Chomp, chomp, chomp. And that was, my friends, was the exact face I know I pulled, because it was on all over their face. And for the next 2 days, I got messages of, I can still taste it. I told you could still... You didn't believe me. I mean, I can't make up for your stupidity here. I cannot. Yeah, you chose this of your own free will. Yeah, you did. I didn't make you. I mean, I told you I'd done it and regretted it, and if this was not enough of a hint, my friend, I mean, what more can a girl do? I did find it funny, because it is funny, and I can tell you now, if you have the, I'll go and check which liver treats they are, just in case it is liver treat brand specific, because, you know, that could be a thing. Hang on, let me go get it, because this is worth it. And yes, I am suggesting that if you ever try dog food, hang on. So we've all seen the meme of, you know, my dog will eat rabbit shit but turns into Gordon Ramsay if you try and hide a pill in, you know, 15 kilos of cheese. First of all, let me pull up a reasonable size one, because the first one I grabbed was the size of England. This is the size of it, right? This is the size of it. It's quite small. I am not eating another one. I can tell you that now. Hang on. This is in cue back to a bit more normal. Looks like I need to do a bit of moving things. Hang on. The dogs are really interested because, of course, they want one. These are the Thrive Pro Reward. Zero nonsense. Hang on. Coming off my piece of wood here. There it is. And then we will move you up a bit. I need to make a button that moves this a lot more. And then move this down a little bit so you can see it. There you go. Right, let me get, because now I've handled them, I've got to give the dogs one. So, which is only fair. Let's truly be honest. I'm going to put the lid. So, these things. Right, these things. It says on the back, composition, 100% beef liver, it says. Well, personally, I'm going with petrified mummy. They love these things. Personally, as you might be aware, no, I am not eating another one for your edification so that you can hear me spit and curse, because that's all you'll get. Having eaten one now, I wouldn't even do one for a dare. I just couldn't. I just couldn't bring myself to do it again. For all the love in the world, no matter, you know, if my life depended on it, I'm not even sure I could do it then, right? It just no. It is absolutely indescribably hideous. And for no apparent reason is also the other side of that is, as I say, it's 100% liver. I mean, how should it? Surely it just tastes of liver. It's freeze-dried. It should taste of just liver. Maybe slightly more concentrated, but it should just taste of liver. No. I've eaten some really gross things in my time. No, this is not normal. This is not right. There's something wrong, you know. Let's have a look. Ooh. Is that right? I've made a faux pas. You, my friend, are not a thing. Because you have to go in to the triangle. And so you are also not right, because you are below the triangle, I think. Undo you two. Yes, you need to both go in the triangle before you can come out to do the triangle, before you can do that. So I have faux pas, and now I have fixed. Yeah, those liver treats are something else. And, you know, back to the meme of, you know, my dog will eat rabbit poo and then turn into Gordon Ramsay if you hide a pill in a block of cheese. If they eat those, my friends, there is no way they can say they turn their nose up at anything. Because, God help me alive, I have never known. I swear eating, like, radioactive discharge has got to be better than that. was horrible. Oh, I feel bad just even remembering that I've done it. You know, it's not. It is a true regret, but I don't regret trying it. I regret how bad it tasted, though, because of all the things that lived with me for days. And as I say, even now, just thinking about it, I know. You need to come over here. We need to do the twisty twisty. And then we'll snug it up a bit more just to make it kind of good. Then we'll do the magic circle thing. So yes. Find the tiny spot at the top, which always does seem to be incredibly far away. Grab the pin. Do the next pin. As I say, it's not growing particularly fast, but speed was never the aim of the game. So, I mean, obviously I'm not deliberately being slow about it, but I'm not trying to make mistakes. I'm trying to do it properly. And that's the middle. Stop licking your face. Or my duvet, one or the other. Ooh, there's a pin on the end of that, look. Dunk. Pinny. And close the thing. Now, you come in through two, and we give you a pull, and we twist you 3 times. Pull you, and we twist you 3 times. We go under you, over you, because I'm doing it with my other hand. And we pull you, and we twist you twice, we pull you, and we twist you twice. Go here, and you go over you. Ta-da! Now we do the shenanigans. So, we take the first one, and we work to the outside edge, and then we snug, and we snug, and then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we do the weirdy thing, and we find a hole, and we try and wrap this round it like that, and not let go so it doesn't ping out of existence, and push that down there like that, and then 1, 2, and then you come back this way, and you get 2, well, you get to be scooched up a bit first, and then 1, 2, and then you do the thing with this one. You go in the hole, that hole there, and we scooch you up a bit, and we do it again, chunk, and then you go out through these, chunk, and we scooch you up like this, and this, and we'll make sure we can catch one in the pins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we get the pin, and we do the funny loop thing, and then we put it around the thing, and then we try and make this one go around the other way, and only around the pin. Did you go around the pin? I think you did, yes. I think you did. 1, 2, and then you come back. And then we scooch you up a bit, and we do twisty twisty. Right. And then we can do undery, undery, and we scooch you up and go twisty twisty, and scooch you and do twisty twisty. And now you're all ready to go back in the stick for next time. I forgot to do a few picos somewhere along the lines because it's looking a bit sparse back here, but I'm pretty sure there's I remember looking at it and deliberately skipping a hole this side because, you know, kind of like the next hole was halfway back here somewhere, and so I kind of went, I'll skip one. But I'm pretty confident that I'm doing all right at this time. So let's look to filling in these gaps. We've done you, now we can do you. Chunk, chunk, chunk. Oop. Chunk. Ooh, actually, you might not be the one I wanted to do. Come out. Chunk, chunk, chunk. Now I need to do you first. Chunk, 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 chunk. You and your tiny pinholes. I wish the tiny pinholes were bigger. I really do. And then we do. And we put in a pin. Give you a bit of tug. Where's the flat one? Oh, I need to tug you a little bit there. So, that's you. Then we go back. And now, this now, that's you. And then you. Like that. And now we're ready to do yet another edge one, but I know I'm not. Let's have a look. Do I need to do an edge one before I come back and do these? The answer is I could do a middle one, or I could do an edge one. Choice is mine. Doing the edge one with that load of thing in the way is a lot easier, because trying to do kind of up back here in the middle of things is not an easy statement to do. So we're going to put you to one side and all of you, because we don't need you for the minute. Although, might make help if I've done the middle bit. So 1, 2, 3. Lifty, lifty, lifty. Cinch, twisty, twisty. Cinch, twisty, twisty. Cinch, twisty, twisty. Right. I think you got more than your fair share. No, you didn't. Right. Just checking. So you now go into your place over there. Split you up so you are ready for that. And we'll stick under you for safety. So, I am really enjoying this bookmark actually. It's a difference. But I think I quite like how it's turning out. But it's kind of weird because in many, many ways you could achieve an incredibly similar look with torchon. So I may have to do that at some point. Do a torchon one and play, you know, kind of what makes the difference, how it looks, to really get a bit more feel for that. But until then, I'm quite happy making this one. So I now need to do some of you because I need some of you to get to some of you. So you are the fat one and your friend. You've tangled a little bit, you miserable blighters. You two, you and your friend, your friends. So you and this fat thread here need to get tweak, and we need to go 2, 3. Yes, and then we can do you, which is 1, 2, 3. Hard to believe that he had to come in again. And to for the edge. So let's push you over there. Grab you. We'll do smidge. 1, 2, fat. 1, 2, fat. There we go. So, twisty, 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 twisty. Some space. Cinch you up a bit because you're being annoying. There you go. Right. Ad break about to start, please. Because of the way these little ones are made, I thought I'd try and explain why I thought some of the ones at the top were a little bit weird. You have this little hole in the middle, but it is quite a tiny little hole, and so it's quite easy for it to disappear. And even like this, looking at this, I almost can't see it in this one, just because I can't, right? And it does mean that you find yourself kind of going, it's not too surprising then when come the end and you've done the whole putting stuff back where it came from. And where's the fat one? There it is. When you've done this bit and you come back to look at them, that you can't, you know, that the hole's not that distinct in the middle, because well, of course it's not, because it actually isn't. So this comes under that one, under that one. And cinch, twisty, 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 and I just realised you each need an extra twist. There you go, you got your extra twist. And that leaves you in the middle. Now we need to do this thing. We need to do the big gods. Cinch you up a bit. That. Do a bit of tug. Like that. That's a bit better. And do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Number 5. And we do the twisty thing. Put you in a hole. And then you fly around the hole like this, that, and then you come down there like that, and we give it a bit of a tug, and we go twisty twisty, and then we do the thing, and then we cinch it all up because that's a thing, twisty twisty, and then we do you. Two, and we go chunk, and we cinch you up by giving you a tug, and like that, and then you a tug, like that, and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and chunk round the thing, into a hole, you go round. You need to go around the one pin, and you're really, really close to the other pin. two, and then come back through these, like that, and then we cinch you up a bit like this, and we twist you, and you are ready to go. Under, over. Yeah, I'm kind of getting hungry, I have to admit. Having not eaten today, that's definitely a thing. So, twisty, 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 because that should be a thing. You're now ready to sit over there, back in a stick. Slide up. Slide up. Right. And then we're back to working out what happens in the middle. So, you got done, you got done. You, where do you go next? Oh, I need to get that flat threaded tug again. There it is. You go into you. 1, 2, 3. You're doing the little tiny hole there. That. And then you go over. 1, 2, 3. And you go in the next hole, which is that one. And then that hole, like that. Give you a bit of time. And then, do we do now? Yes, we do you now. 1, 2, 3. And you go in the tiny hole between them. Tiny, tiny hole between them like that. And you are ready to go and disappear into there. We now go back this way and we have you. So we need to do over twisty, twisty. Snug. Over 1, 2, 3. No, that's not where I wanted you. I wanted there. Yes, we do you. 1, 2, 3. It's nice when you get to the right point and you run out of bobbins, so. Okay, so you're now ready to go back and do another edge. We should be ready to do the middles. And the middles needs over, under, over, under, over, under. Squinch. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. So, my dear friends, do I do another hour and then spend the rest of the night uploading this video because it's going to take forever? Or do I give up now? I mean, I've done 4.5 hours. It's not very long. It's not. Well, I feel like I've done a reasonable amount though for my hours. I have gained far more confidence in it. My edges are beginning to look like the edges more of I expected. I mean, whether the picots work or not, really not caring. They will probably look really stupid when I take the pins out. And looking at this side, it's like some of them are kind of one hole up too much. if that makes sense. This one especially back here. This one looks like it's like a big angle. So some of them are really ugly, but then I think picos are ugly anyway, so can they really be more ugly? The answer to that, of course, is yes. Let's do this bit in the middle. The problem is deciding where to stop, isn't it? Because, well, it just is. The problem is deciding where to stop. You pet, you're a pet, you're a pet. Now, you three in the middle. So you get to live over there, and we'll cinch you up a little bit, just because stay with the wire. And then we'll part you three like that, you three like that. You are at the edge anyway, and so thing one, do. In the little tiny hole, squinchy, squinchy, twisty, twisty, crossy, twisty, twisty. Pinhole, crossy, twisty, twisty, crossy, twisty, twisty. Cinchy, cinchy, crossy, twisty, twisty, crossy, twisty, twisty. Crossy, twisty, twisty. That's you three done. Crossy, twisty, twisty. Tiny pinhole. Crossy, twisty, twisty. Crossy, twisty, twisty. Crossy, twisty, twisty. Give you two a little bit of a pull. Back this way. Crossy, twisty, twisty. Crossy, twisty, twisty. Back in the middle to do crossy, twisty, twisty. Crossy, twisty, twisty. And there we've done that. So now we go under, over, under, over, under, over. Back to the middle. Cinchy, cinch. And 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Put it down. Lift, lift, lift. Yank. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And cross you in the middle. Ta-da! Another eyeball in the middle. I want to keep going, but I'm hungry. This is a terrible dilemma. I also need to phone people back at some point. Pardon me, I am hungry. I burp when I'm hungry for some reason. And I'm out of Coke. Which is normally when I decide that the end of the stream is nigh, when I need more Coke. I'm going to continue doing this off stream, because obviously I started it off stream, to be fair. But I hadn't done that much when I started, and now I've done considerably more. So I am feeling pleased with myself, and I think that it is, for a first effort, it is, I mean, the beginning was a little bit, but then it was the very, very first time of everything. And there were a lot of first times doing all those bloody picos while joining bobbins, while was a big change from the beginning. And to be honest, stupid. As I said, I'm not really a fan of picos, so you know, from that point of view, could be doing without the picos. But it does historically generally have picos. They are kind of a fait accompli. If you want to do that, you have to do this kind of thing. But she says funny hard to push down the pins with her finger because her fingers are sore. Find my pin pushing contraption. Push you all down a little bit more because you can all go down just a little bit more. The edges just to hold you in and make the middle a little bit more accessible for yanking later. You two are edge pins. Didn't look like edge pins, but you are edge pins. So, yes, I am pleased with myself. I am distinctly pleased with myself. I do feel like maybe pulling out a couple more pins just to... Not too much, obviously, because I don't want to make it fragile. But rolling it back, yanking another little bit of pins, just to appease myself and have a look. Because, you know, I know that as time progresses, I have got better. So... the problem is, obviously, pulling the pins, but not pulling too much. But definitely the pulling of the pins is quite satisfactory. As we all know, I like pulling pins. So, now we've got a second one visible. I feel better now. There we go. Yeah. I mean... There's definitely some distinct funkiness at the edges in places. But hey, I knew that. But the actual inside bit... I know the edges are important, but the inside bit is looking pretty neat and tidy, actually. There might be a bit of funkiness going on just here. I might have missed a crossing of a pair of bobbins. It says requiring a stick and not having a stick to point with. Let me poke with my scissors. So let me roll it up a little bit, but that makes it difficult for me to see. So hang on one moment. Let me zoom in for you. We can go down a little bit. Right. If you look just, and I mean it is just here, this hole here looks like I could be missing a bit of a leg. But maybe I'm not. Maybe it's just a tension thing. The other side is pretty similar, so it could be a manner of things, but it does look potentially, maybe, like I missed a twist, missed a bit. But again, first efforts and all those things that come with being first efforts. That pin's offending me. It's just in my way. But you know, I'm not displeased. You can almost make out eye number 3 there. There are a few pins in its way, but you can almost make out eye number 3. As I say, using my scissors pointers again, there's definitely some shenanigans here at the edges. And up here, there's like a little hole here, look. Kind of almost a little hole just there. Contrary to the one on the other side that looks like a complete snowstorm, so I'm not quite sure which is the correct one. I'll have to look at the picture. I'm pretty sure neither is technically correct, I think is the short answer to that. They're just differently wrong. You know, I've definitely... Now my edges are straightening out, so I've done kind of like this bit here. Now my edges have straightened out a bit. I think it definitely does help with the whole view of things and how it's supposed to look. And I know I can't show you those yet because I need the pins, but it's definitely doing all right, my friends. I'm really quite proud of that. Hopefully you're quite proud of me too. So, what will happen next? Tomorrow is Monday. Tomorrow I will probably return to the triangles, although I am really tempted to get to the bottom of this bookmark. We shall see how it goes, because obviously I'm on holiday. I go on holiday Thursday night, so we will have more time. And in being more time, there is more time to stream, there is more time to make. So I don't know. Maybe I should finish this bookmark before doing the triangle to celebrate the oneness of this bookmark. Actually finish it, you know, before going back and starting something else and coming back and having 28 things on the go. So I don't know. I may actually do more. The answer will be keep an eye out on what it says on the stream tile. I will decide kind of at the time whether I'm doing triangle or bookmark. I mean, part of me says to finish the bookmark because it is turning out okay. I'm learning as I go. I am very conscious of the differences between working this and working my net curtain, and so I don't feel I'm going to run full foul of the, well, if I do much more of this, I'll then expect this to be the same as my net. I mean, the ground stitch in this is less angular. It's a bit more rounded, and I really quite like the ground stitch in this, which does mean that I do like the idea of potentially doing a net curtain with it. I really do, and making lots of these little fucking round holy things with a bit of gimp around it to put a bit of a pattern on it. And so there is, and you can do cloth stitch bits as well. So you can have kind of like shaded in bits, and you could colour them, and yeah, you could, and all of those kinds of things. So from that point of view, kind of wanna. And I do think that, for example, making kind of holes like this one, but filled with cloth stitch, obviously is a good way to make a flower. And much as I am not a flower girl, I know people who are. And I think that in a much bigger piece, you could have, for example, so in a net curtain, let's say, you could have almost like little raindrops. Not quite as bad, because obviously you don't really want to start and stop gimps all the time, but you could almost have like little raindrops, and colour the flowers with silver thread, really thin silver thread, so it glistens in the light. I really think that could be quite pretty, even by my own standards. I might accept flowers, especially if I made them, I guess. So I don't know. I think there is much happiness here. I want to put this back up where it should be, like there-ish, maybe even a bit more, but we'll go with there for now. I'm going to cover it with my one of my cloths of doom, because you should always cover your lace. It's almost a superstition in that you must cover your lace. But there we go. I have had a great day doing that. I've really enjoyed doing that. That was fun. I've got a pot of pins that I want to put back in its pot for safety, but it's the only thing I didn't really think of is what to do once they're in the pin pot. Let's do this on here, because then at least I can see them. But of course, being magnetic, they kind of stay together. So scraping them out is not as hard as I thought, actually. Ah, it's gone to the bottom. No! Actually, I take that back. I fucked that one up hard, didn't I? Because the magnet's really on the bottom, and of course this is not the side they're supposed to be on. You buggers. Get off. Because there's a big ass magnet on the bottom, which is... only me. Only I could achieve this. I was so close to having nearly done, and I just wanted to scrape off the last ones. I thought, I'll just move the bowl a bit closer so I don't kind of drop them. And they all leap up and bite me. You buggers. Just keep you well away from everything then, while I try and work out how to put you flat back in this pile of in this bobbin, in this case of pins, which has a lid? The answer is you get the lid, you place it on top, and you shake them a little, and then you extract any that are trying to escape, and you put the lid on a bit, and you shake them a little, and basically you keep shaking until they go in the pot. Feels like there's too many, but I know they all came from here in the first place. So it's because the middle of the pot is dented down, and this is slightly risen in the middle. So that's the reason that this doesn't really fit, is because they're in the middle. Ouch! And there's a few sticky uppy ones. Of course, there's always a few sticky uppy ones. Get in. Get in. Okay. Anyway, I'll sort that out while I'm on the phone, I suppose. Thank you for coming. It's been great to have you. I'm really pleased that you joined me on my journey today into Bucks Point. I think there will be more of this until I finish this bookmark, but to be honest, it's going quite well. So I will do some more off stream, just because I can do it off stream, and I enjoy it. So I shall be doing a bit of that. So next time you see it, it may have grown. If I finished it, of course we'll show you. So we shall see. But until tomorrow, as long as tomorrow doesn't turn into a shitstorm, because of course it's my first day tomorrow. So assuming that the world does not end tomorrow, I shall see you there. Have fun, people. Bye bye.